And I'd like to now bring up another interesting place that you're finding descendants of the Israelites, but may not necessarily be from the 10 tribes, but will also play a role. And it shouldn't be overlooked. It's a very serious scenario, is in Africa. Africa has perhaps hundreds of millions of people with this identity right now of being from the people of Israel. Does that mean they were from the 10 tribes? Likely not. We were taught by the historians and within our own traditions that when the Romans conquered Judea, a few hundred years after that the tribes of Israel went into exile, perhaps millions of Judeans were sold into slavery, into Africa, into Rome, deep into Africa. And if you look now, you're seeing people who are most likely the descendants of those slaves who kept true. I'd like to bring up a few specific examples because they're going to be game changers. One of them wrote letters to Israel when it became a state. And they said, we're Israelites out in Africa. You know, everyone laughed at them and they said, African Israelites, these people are just trying to jump on the first world country bandwagon. They're living in a third world country. They got nothing. We're coming to Israel. We got innovation, technology. So they're trying to get on this train because there's such a thing called the right of return. All descendants of the Jewish people from around the world are able to move to Israel. So they said we are also. And everyone kind of laughed at them, like I said. And a few people took it serious and went out there and started studying them, learned about their culture. And a professor from Duke University went out there and did DNA testing on them. And he showed not only do they share Semitic genes from people who were in Yemen and back to the Middle East, these gentlemen, a large percent of them, have the Y chromosome to be Kohanim, to be priests. Now, if anyone who doesn't know, a priest is a specific family clan of the nation of Israel who come from Aaron, the brother of Moses, who was the first priest. And anyone descended from Aaron has the status title priest. And we found that these men in this village in South Africa called Lemba, L-E-M-B-A, carry this genetic marker to let us know that they share the same as from the Sephardic and the Ashkenaz and the population of the people in Israel today. They share the same exact DNA marker. That's mind-blowing. So everyone kind of got humbled a little bit who laughed at them and said, now what? Now what do we do about this? This could have tremendous implications. Another area in Africa you have something big happening is in Nigeria. You have the Igbo people, or Igbo, pronounced either way. There's 40 million of them, also Christians, like I spoke about before, how that could happen to the children of Israel very easily. But also a lot of them are now coming out and converting back or adopting the rules of the Torah without all the paganism that they've been practicing for hundreds of years. There's been books written about it from scholars in Nigeria, from scholars from the Jewish people. And where it gets interesting is, in America, there was a slave trade. And a lot of the slaves, a very high percentage of them, came from Western Nigerian ports. And in America today, you see a very large movement of African Americans who say that they're the real chosen people, that they're the children of Israel, they're the Judeans. You know, so what are they just trying to create an identity for themselves because they were slaves, or is there really something here? And the answer is, most likely there is something there. And most likely, maybe that they were the original Israelites, and maybe that the Jewish people today who are white, Caucasian people came in a little bit later on. We know that some of the greatest sages of the transmission of the Torah were converts from Rome. You have a man named Onkelos who wrote a commentary on the Torah, unprecedented, that we still learn today. He was a convert. Some of the largest pillars on the transmission today were Roman converts. So here we are, we're Caucasian Jewish people. And now you have people in Africa saying that they're the real people of Israel. It can't be ruled out at all. We know they were sold into slavery. We know now that they're fulfilling prophecies by saying...
When the Moors went into Europe, they changed the appearance of the population. Do you see? So you have Italians, Spaniards being darker than the Scandinavians. A Scandinavian person told me that they never considered the Italians or Jewish people to be white. Do you see? Because the lighter people are further north.
When I went to Europe, I would always look at pictures and I would always see a Moor, and sometimes I would see like a skull and bones. And many of the Moors would have a skull and bones flag. That's what pirates are known for. There were many Moorish pirates. There was even a Barbary War where the U.S. was fighting Moorish pirates up in North Africa and the Barbary Coast. And there's even a secret organization called the Skull and Bones. And we know that Masonry comes from Moorish science. So there's always a connection there with the Moors.
And it's important that as we begin to develop an understanding of this society, that it's not Freemason as we know it, and that the Moors brought in this knowledge into Europe. Africans brought this knowledge into Europe. And in bringing this knowledge into Europe, the Knights Templars and other organizations were born out of this. And peoples of European descent were exposed to alchemy, okay? The periodic table of elements, the laboratory, how to take information, how to take elements and atoms, and to begin to manipulate them to make them into different types of molecules. The basic one is hydrogen, 2 hydrogen is helium, 3 hydrogen is lithium, 6 is carbon, 8 is oxygen. So you have this alchemy that's going to come, and they're going to begin to study, they're going to begin to learn, they're going to create societies that's going to develop an understanding. This is going to be what eventually is going to become Freemasonry, because only a select group of people in Europe is going to be exposed to this information.
Because the secret of Masonry, of who we really are, the Moors, is being here on this land, this particular land. Because it was called, in many names, you had Turtle Island, that we called it, or Tula, or El Morocco, the different terms that we had. And the original map of America was written by a guy named Idrisi. The original map was written in Sanskrit.
Antarctica was actually mapped by a Moor. And most people don't know it was mapped by a Moor. And they have old topographical evidence of old maps of Antarctica. That's why the Nazis fled there, because they knew that there were places there under the ice that they could actually inhabit.
The term Moor started to become interchangeable with the term black, because it was basically the same thing. But when the slave trade started, they tried to objectify black people, Moorish people. So they would use the term interchangeably, and they would just switch on to calling people black. But if you look at a lot of old documents, there's even slave ships called Blackamoor. If you look at slave records, there was even a boxer out of Virginia who was very popular in the early 1800s named Tom Molyneux, and his nickname was the Moor. So that name was definitely used interchangeably with black or Negro at that time.
Moor means black, like Negro, Ethiopian. Moor means black. Moor is not a people. Moor is a color. And they have taken this word Moor and they have associated Moor with Muslim. There were Moors that weren't Muslim. Moor means black. There were Christian Moors. There were Moors that practiced a traditional African faith system. So that Moor means black, simple.
the very roots of Western civilization. It argued that the cradle of Europe, ancient Greece, had origins in Africa and the East, and that the West should recognize what it owed to black and Eastern cultures. This spring, a second volume is being published. The book is Black Athena.
Tragedies and comedies of the 5th century were presented to the public.
Or have we reconstructed its past to fit our present?
I hope to give you some idea why the great age of Athens is considered to be one of the most brilliant moments in human history, and why Athens has been described as the most civilized society that has ever existed. You will see how the Greeks, and above all the Athenians, were not only great builders of civilization of Athens 24 centuries ago laid the foundations on which Western civilization is built today.
Good evening and welcome to For the People. Mention the civilization of ancient Greece and most of us automatically think of science, philosophy, and mathematics. But is this image of Greece true to her real history? And more importantly, how is the image of the ancient Greeks as the creators of science and philosophy being used to bolster and perpetuate racism? We'll explore these and many other questions with Dr. Martin Gardner Bernal, author of Black Athena.
In 1987, with the publication of Black Athena, Professor Martin Bernal challenged the academic establishment.
Okay, let's take a call from South Carolina. For the People, you're on the air.
Good afternoon. My question is the following.
Bernal claimed that during the last 200 years, scholars rewrote the history books, denying that ancient Greece had roots in Africa and Asia. The myth they created of a pure white, unsullied dawn of Western civilization was a result of both anti-Semitism and racism. And he argues it still influences the perception the West has of itself today.
I think that if people take Black Athena seriously, then they do have to look at our European early history in a different way. Because always implicit and sometimes explicit in our view of history is that democracy and science and philosophy are exclusively European possessions. And that although peoples from other continents can learn them through Europe and European culture, they are essentially at home only in Europe.
For Martin Bernal, attempting to knock Greece from the white pedestal of Western civilization is a huge undertaking. He started Volume 1 of Black Athena 12 years ago and has had to face the big guns of the academic profession.
It should be black man, black Harvard professor arrested for tracing Irish ancestry.
DNA is finally shedding light on one of my family's greatest mysteries. Remember my second great-grandmother, Jane Gates, the woman whose house my cousin just bought? Jane, a slave, had 5 children with an Irishman. Yet she never told anyone his identity. But not even Jane's discretion, or perhaps her shame, could protect her children's father from modern science. Since this man is related to me on my direct paternal line, his Y-DNA haplotype, or genetic signature, and mine are exactly the same. That's why I've come to Ireland. I'm hoping that a recent survey of the DNA of over 2,000 Irishmen will tell me something about my paternal ancestry. The geneticist who conducted that research is Dr. Dan Bradley.
Now I want you to notice the surreal reaction to the students when they say these scientific terms.
Guys, this is Professor Gates. He's tracing his roots using genetic genealogy. Tim, Tina, Emma, these are all guys my lab.
How are you? Do I look like an Irishman to you? I'm here to find my roots. I've been looking for my roots. Looked all over Africa, couldn't find anybody, so I ended up here. After you, sir. This is my Y-DNA, which we brought.
Yes.
Maybe there's some pattern that you can ascertain in my DNA?
Well, we had a look at your marker profile here, and I can see here that some of these markers are markers that we've typed as well in our survey of Ireland, and matches don't happen by chance, really. Not over a large number of markers.
They do not happen by chance.
10 out of 11 match. Neil of the Nine Hostages.
Neil of the Nine Hostages.
10 out of 11 match. That means there's only one variation.
Yeah. And Neil of the Nine Hostages probably lived about 450 AD, so a long time ago. And he was a warlord.
Does this mean that I am descended from Niall of the Nine Hostages?
It looks like a pretty typical Niall haplotype, yeah.
Wow.
Now,
I'm surprised.
I want you to notice a couple of things here, okay? First off, this man calls him Neil of the Nine Hostages. This man calls him Niall, all right? Now, notice, this man bringing the information is acting like he's a black market worker, okay? He's acting kind of shady. He's very uncomfortable with the camera being there because he's telling a black male that he is a direct descendant of Niall of the Nine Hostages. Now, here's the catch. This man has already said, Mr. Henry William Gates has already said he has a Caucasus, a white great-grandfather. Now, here's the thing. Now, does he recognize the idea that there could have been black kings, and this Neil of the Nine Hostages could have been one of the black kings?
That I have a kinship relationship with this set of families, and ultimately an individual, and that I have so much in common with them genetically is astonishing to me.
That's right, yeah.
I wonder if this king could have ever imagined that he would have descendants whose mother was a black slave. I'm so curious about this revelation that I've traveled to Tara, Ireland's ancient seat of kings. I want to stand on the spot where my ancestor once reigned. An ancestor, it turns out, that I share with almost 10% of all Irishmen. They gave me a DNA test yesterday, and I'm descended.
Now, I want you to notice this lady with the black hair. I want you to notice her surreal, non-affected reaction to. I'm a descendant of a king. I have bloodline proof, and she just acts like it doesn't faze her at all.
10% of all Irishmen. They gave me a DNA test yesterday, and I'm descended from Niall of the Nine Hostages, the king.
Actually, I'm an O'Neill too, or married to O'Neill, and I believe that we were descended from the kings.
So your husband...
Now, this woman says, see the lady in the black hair, no effect at all. Now, this woman says, I'm a descendant. I'm married to a descendant. Okay? Now I want you to watch what she says later. Because at this point, she will say that good luck on your journey with your family history. Now, he's already equated that I'm related to the king, and she's trying to say I'm related to the king too through my marriage to the male I married. But that would mean that they have the same genealogy, you know, just different branches, you know. But watch, it should be our family history, because his family history should then be hers. Now I'll just play it back a little bit.
10% of all Irishmen. They gave me a DNA test yesterday, and I'm descended from Niall of the Nine Hostages, the king.
Well, actually, I'm an O'Neill too, or married to O'Neill, and I believe that we were descended from the kings.
So your husband and I are cousins. How about that?
Delighted to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Wish you well. The best of luck. I hope you enjoy your stay here and find out plenty about your ancestors.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I've only been Irish for 24 hours. It's a lot of fun. I like it. I was told I'm supposed to let Guinness settle, right? You have a coin, you're supposed to tap it?
No, wait till it gets back.
Oh, I like that. I came to Ireland in search of my great-great-grandfather, and now, compliments of DNA analysis, I've ended up with 3 million new cousins. I'm only part Irish. I don't think I got the beer gene. None of whom look quite like me.
When they come to try to hang us all again, they're not gonna give two shits about what percentage. Your skin is your skin. History is history. It's been rewritten. The whole point is to erase black. This is what happened.
You sort of had your own moment of truth over recent days, so I'd like to start with that. We know that you were on a lengthy trip to China and you were returning home. What exactly happened?
Well, I was filming my new documentary series for PBS. It's called Faces of America. It's about immigration. And we were filming Yo-Yo Ma's ancestral cemetery for a week in China. It was fantastic. And my daughter and I...
Now, let me say this. There's a chance in the viewer's mind, this might sound like it's about immigration, but it's not. As he said, he was filming this, so this wasn't uploaded yet. Okay, this wasn't broadcast to the nation yet. What was broadcast to the nation, this Negro, this nigga, this nigger was Irish blood and a direct descendant to a king that was usurped by Britain.
I took my daughter along, and we had just flown back from China. And I came from New York to Boston, and my driver picked me up. We got to my house in Harvard Square, and the door was jammed. The door wouldn't open. And to make a long story short, I asked my driver just sort of to push the door through. I gave him his tip. He left. I called Harvard Real Estate, which does the maintenance on my house because they own the house. And while I was on the phone, a Cambridge policeman showed up on my porch. I walked with the phone still active to my porch, and he demanded that I step out of my house onto the porch. That's all he said. He said, I would like you to step outside. I said, absolutely not. I said, why are you here? He said, I'm investing a breaking and entering charge. I said, this is my house. I'm a Harvard professor. I live here. He said, can you prove it? I said, just a minute. I turned my back. I walked into the kitchen to get my Harvard ID and my Massachusetts driver's license. He followed me without my permission. I gave him the 2 IDs.
Now, at this point, he has the Harvard ID and the Massachusetts ID. Okay? There's nothing else to be discussed. We're here for breaking and entering. You're here, and you say everything is okay.
Raised questions about civil rights and racial profiling. A 58-year-old black man was arrested at his...
Now, first off, I'd like you to pay attention that they put a picture on the screen, so it's obvious that this man is, in these terms, a black man in this modern society, or an African American. Hence, African American is a term coined in 1998 by Jesse Jackson. When it's in print, he makes money. And on the other hand, black is a second-class citizen under the Constitution. This isn't something Alex made up. This is something Alex has studied.
Own home by police looking for a suspected robber. The story grabbed national headlines because the man in question is one of the nation's most prominent African-American scholars. Our national correspondent Jim has more.
This is not how Henry Louis Gates is seen in public. Handcuffed and being taken away by the police.
Will it lead to the mediocrats changing the subject?
This is perhaps America's best-known African-American intellectual and director of Harvard's African-American Research Institute. Gates was arrested for disorderly conduct last Thursday at his home in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Gates arrived here at his home early last Thursday afternoon after a long plane flight from China. He arrived to find his front door jammed, so he and his driver tried to push their way through. A passerby in this neighborhood, where there's been a rash of break-ins, called the police. The sergeant who responded found Gates in his foyer. In a police report, the sergeant says Gates refused to step outside, asking why. Because I'm a black man in America? Gates showed his Harvard
July
ID.
30th, 2009, a piece of White House stagecraft forever known as the Beer Summit took place.
Now, little does Henry Gates Jr. know that he is the most dangerous man right now in America, because he is black royalty. Imagine that. And look, he's keeping with the black beer. Remember from earlier in the video, he said when he went into the pub, he said the beer is black, blah, blah, blah. He says, I like that. Now his beer is always black.
The white police officer who arrested a black Harvard professor in his own home went to the White House to meet with the first African-American president on the
To
Rose
understand,
Garden
this is a
patio.
Harvard professor who handed the police officer his Harvard ID, his Massachusetts ID. He proved he lived in the house. This was about embarrassing him. And want to know why? Because he doesn't understand why he was being embarrassed. He thinks this is just a I'm a nigga moment. This has nothing to do with that. This guy trains Illuminists for the next 20 to 60 years. But think, he's at Harvard. If somebody special goes through there, the things that they learn, they're gonna rule the world, or a corporation that has a big part in the world for the next 20 to 60 years. And he messed up. He said, hey everybody, I'm Irish. I go back to a king. And they're like, whoa, whoa, all Irish are white people. Irish slaves of the 1400, right? All that stuff. Hey, this Negro is Irish, and he's darker than me. Are you seeing the bigger picture here? There was a war. It lasted 3 days. All right? Dananan. Write Dan in like Canaan. Danaan. Thalua Dila Danan. Something like that. And this is what happened. The blacks lost the kingdom. Just in case you're interested, this is before the King James War. This is before the Jacobite War. The Jacobite War was to take back the kingdom.
The Sudanese need electricity and irrigation, but most people here believe that a much less damaging site could have been chosen for the dam. I could only find one person who was prepared to say so. The Grand Dame of Nubian politics is Suad Ibrahim. She believes that because the Nubian people are so fiercely independent, they are a threat to the fundamentalist government.
These dams have removed the carriers of our culture. We are not a pure blood. We are carriers of an ancient culture that managed to remain vibrant even after we lost the ability to write. We are illiterate in Nubian letters. I am just beginning to remove my illiteracy. These people are the carriers of our culture. Inundation means a very rough shortening, cutting.
You would think they would be proud of the Nubian heritage.
They ought to be. They ought to be. They ought to be. We are Sudanese. We do not plan. We are not separatists. We believe the Sudan from Halfa to Numili is our home.
But why would they want to inundate or bury Nubian culture?
No, they wouldn't put it that way.
Of course not.
They wouldn't put it that way.
But that was
originally dams were loved. Now the whole world is against dams. Originally dams were considered the way to progress, the way to provide industry, to irrigate more land, and so on and so forth. They give us beautiful words about development, but it's not development. What has happened is that we were scattered. Our kids are now living on the outskirts of cities all over, whether in Egypt or in Sudan, because many don't like where the places that they are taken to. And in Sudan, Kajbar Dam is different in that it is a political structure. It has nothing to do with development.
It's so sad to think that even more of this rich ancient culture will be lost. 20 miles away, just beyond the reach of the new dam, archaeologists are making some of the most surprising discoveries in the whole of Africa. This is Kerma, Nubia's first capital, a 4,000-year-old city emerging from the sand. Every winter for the past 30 years, the Swiss archaeologist Charles Bonnet has been digging here.
Here, naturally, we have the people doing the first cleaning of the surface and appearing, we can see the wall appearing step by step. It is a marvelous discovery because...
oh, right there?
Yes, you can see a break. This break appeared during the last seconds. And this break have more or less 3,800 years.
This is 3,800 years old?
Yes, exactly.
Wow. One of the strangest structures I've ever seen dominates this site. To me, it looks like a massive termite mound.
This monument is a defufa. It is a Nubian term, used generally to explain a construction done by men, and you can see it from far away in the horizon. In fact, it is the late period of a huge temple. Probably we have under a very small chapel, and step by step it's become this big monument done in mud brick. It was the main temple of the city, and it is the center of the city. We have the palace, we have the defufa with all this religious quarter. We have in this side a lot of chapels, and you have to think that we are cleaning the surface of the city. That means if we go deeper and deeper, we can find other cities with other, older naturally, with other institutions. And this is fascinating, naturally.
It is. A thriving African city built before Stonehenge. And now the team is finding remains of an even more ancient city that dates back 5,000 years, older than even the pyramids of Giza. It's the very oldest city found so far in the entire continent of Africa. How much work remains to be done?
Everything, I must say, because it is the first town of a huge kingdom, 1,000 kilometers along the Nile. It is the first level of a town, and there are many levels preserved. It is 240 graves, and there is still 20,000 graves to dig. I think that this region is, at the world past, one of the most interesting regions of the world.
But why are there so many sites in Egypt and not south of the border, not here in Sudan?
Well, I think that Europeans choose to dig in Egypt. But you know, Egypt is extraordinary. When you think to the huge monument, you think to the temples. But today, archaeology is changing. We are thinking to men. And it is naturally marvelous to find a very beautiful statue, to find a treasury. But to find men, it's maybe an extraordinary answer too. And it is why I'm passionate here. It is to find the men of the past and to understand better the men of today.
Thank you. I began this journey in search of the black kingdoms of the Nile. To be perfectly honest, I was afraid that tales of lost cities and black pharaohs were only a figment of someone's imagination. I never dreamed that I'd actually find pyramids, painted tombs, and entire cities. But what makes me sad is that a lot of this could still disappear before anyone really has a chance to understand it. They are the remotest of nations, the most just of men, the favorite of the gods. The lofty inhabitants of Olympus journeyed to them to take part in their feasts. Their sacrifices are the most agreeable of all that mortals can offer them. This is how Homer described the Nubians around 3,000 years ago, an African people who lived along the banks of the River Nile. When I was growing up, I used to hear people in my neighborhood talking about black pharaohs. We called them Nubians. I never dreamed that there was an actual place called Nubia. It seemed more like a fairy tale to me. I'm in Cairo at the beginning of my journey in search of ancient Nubia. From here, I'm heading south along the Nile to Aswan, Egypt's southernmost city where Nubia begins. Then I'll cross over into the Sudan and travel to the heart of the ancient black kingdoms of the Nile. Egypt is the only ancient African civilization most people have heard of. Nobody knows anything at all about Nubia. I've wanted to see the pyramids since I was a child, and it's taken me 40 years to get here. I can see why people are obsessed with this place. This extraordinary royal tomb was built for an Egyptian pharaoh 4,500 years ago. Egypt has become a place of pilgrimage for African Americans trying to rediscover their identity. And for many of us, Nubia is just a black word for Egypt. So why have you come to Egypt?
I think for me, it's just been a dream come true, and then trying to make a connection to a historical past that we've been misled about all this time. And so,
What do you mean we?
Oh, I mean I say in terms of African American people, when we look at the history of Egypt, we've always been told that Egypt is out of Africa, not a part of Africa, and to actually be on the continent for me is just a really a big thrill.
We were growing up though in school. All the pharaohs looked like white guys. I mean, they could have been from Milwaukee or someplace, or Minnesota like you are. Like, what was that about?
I think it was to continually enslave us. I come to get a sense of my history, and not the history that was given as African American in America by the Europeans.
Mm-hmm. Well, who do you think built the pyramids?
I think Africans built the pyramids. I grew up believing that they were European, or they looked like Europeans. They were white. You know, the Cecil B. DeMille story. And I think they were Nubians, which is dark skin.
About your color, darker?
I think all shades. Mm-hmm. I think all shades. Just like African Americans becoming a lot of,
just like this group.
Yeah, exactly.
Back home, the real Nubians have got lost in a debate about the color and origins of the ancient Egyptians. But 400 miles south of here, there is still a real place called Nubia, the home of an ancient African civilization that was definitely black. The ancient Greeks and the Romans knew the Nubians. Magical tales about this distant African people traveled back along the trade routes to Europe. And one of the Nubian kings, named Taharka, is even mentioned in the Bible.
Mexico, before 200 professors who are studying ancient scripts, who have established beyond the shadow of a doubt, and I shall deal with that later in my talk, that the Egyptian script traveled to America before Christ around 800 BC. They have found on the Davenport Stela the Egyptian hieroglyphs, the Libyan script, and the Iberian Punic side by side, reading the same thing. And it could not be forged because it was found before the Libyan or the Iberian Punic was deciphered. But they did not know the Egyptian had anything to do with blacks. I informed them. Because the Reader's Digest had a big article after my book turned out. Europeans in America, 800 BC, the same period that I had pointed to. Europeans in America before Christ. Who are these Europeans? The Egyptians. It's taken for granted in most of these circles that Egyptians have nothing to do whatsoever with Negroes. There was a reason why there may have been Egyptians and Nubians in the Atlantic. They have no business being in the Atlantic. Egypt is too far away from the Atlantic. But there were reasons at that time, 3 reasons. First of all, there was a war with Asia. The Asiatics, the Syrian forces in Asia, the mighty power of Western Asia, were moving down the Mediterranean with their iron-powered armies. They had captured the Jews. The blacks saved the Jews in 701 BC, when Taharka, the great Ethiopian general, before he became king, head of the Ethiopian Egyptian forces, marched into Jerusalem to save the Jews. They were when King Hezekiah of the Jews was trembling before the Asiatics. The Africans entered the battlefield and the Asiatics were defeated. There was a war going on. They had closed the eastern seaports. They found trade by Egyptians right up to Hawaii. They found Egyptian trade goods and scripts as far as Hawaii, as Dr. Fell has shown. They had closed those trade routes. The Egyptians and the Phoenicians, who were accounted for 50% of Egyptian import-export trade, were forced west of the Mediterranean. Script. Barry Fell has shown among the Mi'kmaq a whole series of words in astronomy. As much as 90% in one area, 90% of the astronomy words are identical with Egyptian, the sounds. You go to the script and you look at the Iberian Punic, the Libyan and Egyptian together, and the Davenport Stela, the hymn to the Aton written in the American. How come when I was at the conference in Arizona I met a gentleman, I forget his name now, some famous doctor whose name passes me because I got so furious with him, I have forgotten him. He's written a book on the Micmac, challenges me. I said, all right, sir, if you think that this is a fake, I have both before me. I have the Micmac and I have the Egyptian. You are so acquainted with the Micmac. Show me which is which. I don't want to be drawn in that, he said. But the audience, they really embarrassed him. They said, show him! Show him! Show him which is the fake. Didn't dare do it. Didn't dare do it. There's so many, and it is true that in scripts you can have occasional parallels because there's a limit to human science, but these things were for arbitrary things, very complex markings for arbitrary things. And there was no question of correspondence. Correspondence so remarkable, so plentiful that there was no question, no statistical possibility of accident or fluke or coincidence. You go to Elvia John in the Olmec world, and there is paper made from wood pulp. Nowhere in America were they making paper from wood pulp. Nowhere in the world, except in Egypt at that time, where both the papyrus and the wood pulp was making paper. It was done in China later. It appears in the Olmec world. Isolated incident that appears in the Olmec world. You go and look at their other aspects of their technology. Professor Heiser, who had attacked this thesis all his life, in the last 3 years of his life, he was converted. Do you know what he did? He stopped publishing. He started writing things in favor of the Egyptian thesis, but he didn't publish it. It is now in the Smithsonian as posthumous files. There is where we have found that Heiser showed that the heavy transport techniques the Native Americans were using in the swamps were identical with Egyptian heavy transport techniques. All of us marvel at the Egyptians, how they moved those incredible stones, taking 50-ton capstones and putting it at the top of their skyscrapers without being a fraction of an inch off. And these guys are suddenly, people, they were marvelous at sculpture, yes, but they're suddenly making these colossal things which they never made before. Making it out of this incredible basalt stone, one block of stone. Some of them close to 40 tons in weight, bringing them down from the quarries to their platforms and building them up with the same skill and ingenuity, technological ingenuity the Egyptians when they hadn't been doing it before. How come? How come when we go to the Middle Americans and study the way they have, not the exact proportions because individual pyramids change, but they have so many things in their mathematics that are close. As the man who is recently, Peter Tompkins, who's done studies of the Mexican pyramids and the Egyptian pyramids, so the correspondences, the structural correspondences, even in spite of superficial difference. And when we come to ritual, that is the most astonishing thing, and I must give great credit to Jai Razboy for what he's done in ritual. Jai Razboy showed several gods of the Egyptian that are identical with the American. There is the god Sokar. He is standing there and he has open arms, outstretched arms, and he has wings on his arms, and he's standing on the back of a snake, and the snake has a head at the head and a head at the tail. You go to Mexico, and there is this god standing there with arms outstretched, wings on his arms, standing on a snake with the head at the head and a head at the tail. How come? The god Aken, he pointed to the double rope swallowing god, identical. The faceless Aken with the swallowing the double rope, there in Mexico in the Olmec world. He shows feathered sunshades, made of 3 concentric circles, 3 colors. These are very detailed things. These are very complex correspondences. They're not flukes. And there you find the same thing duplicated. The double crown. Who wears the double crown in all the world except the Egyptians who united the north and south, for whom there was a political necessity to have a double crown, the red and the white crown. And there among the Olmec, we found 2 examples of it now. Chief dignitaries wearing a double crown. The flail, the crook, you find it on the Olmec dignitaries as among the Egyptians. The use of purple, we have found the codex. A codex is recent, Natal Codex, showing pictures of black-skinned as well as red-skinned kings in ancient America. And you look at the nobility, you look at the women, you look at the kings and the priest kings, and you find purple as a symbol, as a signal of their index of their rank, just like among the Egyptians. And there's recently been done a study in purple, the Phoenician thing about purple. Their search for purple, because purple was sacred among the Egyptians, it is emblematic of the power of the gods. And the Phoenicians, in their travels, exhausted most of the purple supplies in the Mediterranean. There is another suggestion of why they should have come to the Americas for this purpose. You look at other ritual scenes. The human-headed bird, Ba, is found in Mexico. A bird with a human head. This is in Egypt, and on the Egyptian tombs, and they have a little hole in the tomb with the bird to fly out. You see it duplicated in America. Nowhere else. All these correspondences. How come? How can you explain that these things were not happening before? They have no antecedent. They are complex. They are not just single traits. They are a complex of interlocking parallels. Why should we believe that it took Columbus, who stumbled into the Caribbean, which he called Asia? Do you know Columbus called America India? It wasn't called America, it was called India. That is why we're still calling the Americans Indians. We still call the Native Americans Indians. Columbus had a right theory, which in fact was not new. The Arabs and Africans knew the world was wrong. You look at the globes that Africans used and Arabs used to teach geography. They were all wrong. So only Europeans believed the world was flat, until some of their geniuses were persecuted, proving that it was wrong.
when other people tell their history, they come across as being patriotic. When other people talk about where they came from and who they are and what their history is, that's called patriotism. But when African Americans do it, or when black people do it, they're labeled as being militant. They're called rebels. They're called Afrocentric. So that's the big difference. Our history, for some reason, it becomes offensive to people. So we have to stop being afraid to tell what our true history is.
The studies will show that the dominant population here in America especially, and in Europe, have wanted to claim everything for themselves. And so they have made up a lot of stories as they travel to places. And as we know, all of the places that the so-called European or the white explorers traveled, when they got there, black people were already there. Some kind of black people, or yellow people, or red people, or brown people. You as a black man are the root of all of the civilizations. Every body they've ever found, every tomb they've ever raided, whatever it was, they found something symbolic of the black man, either our features, your nose, your mouth, your head, the way we looked, our hair, even braids, everything.
The makeup of a human being's self-esteem, self-image, and self-concept is not only based upon one's family history, but it's also based upon one's racial history. So when you look at the self-esteem of black people and black children, you can rest assured that at least 50% of how high or how low it is contingent upon positive information that they know or don't know about who they have been in racial history.
And over the last, I would say, 1,000 years, there has been a protracted effort and an ongoing effort by those in power, the European powers especially, to make sure that what we have done as an indigenous, or what we call autochthonous peoples, Earth's autochthonous peoples, is erased irrevocably from the minds of all our people.
Only a people who haven't learned how to respect themselves will let someone suggest themselves that they forget about their history.
If you know yourself, there's no way that anybody could ever do the things to you, or would you do the things to you and yours that we find ourselves doing. So that, and in many ways, I don't really think it's hidden. It's there. It's just that they're not allowing us to understand.
According to Dr. Ben, the original name of Africa was Alkebulan. Africa, the whole continent, was also called Ethiopia. As a matter of fact, the Atlantic Ocean was called the Ethiopian Sea. So there were several different names. Africa was really described by different tribes. It wasn't a whole monolithic society, but eventually they named Africa after a European.
Africa was not called Africa. It's actually named after the one who actually conquered the Carthaginian, Scipio Africanus. So they usually, the Roman types of system is that the conquering general gets to name the region he conquered. He gets his name to be placed on that region. So Scipio Africanus they named a certain terrain after him. So everybody just said, well, let's call it Africa or Africanus. But if you look to Dr. Ben's work, you'll find that it was called Kush, and you'll find it was called Alkebulan. It had many names: Ethiopia, which is essentially Greek. But a whole continent was once known as Ethiopia.
It's terrible, about just where math came from. All of the pictures that they've shown out of Africa, they've never really educated the Americans, white or black, about what really goes on in Africa, what some of the cities are really like, and that we're not running around over there with Tarzan.
Archaeologists in Egypt say they have discovered not one, but two beautifully decorated ancient tombs near the historic city of Luxor. Now, these tombs were found earlier this month, they state, in the area of Tombs of the Nobles. They are believed to date back to the 18th dynasty, and this is the years 1543 to 1292 BC. Now, this was put out here by the Discovery Channel, or by Discovery, that this tomb is connected to a courtyard that was commissioned by a royal cupbearer to the pharaohs. Now, what is very interesting is that this first one, discovered on March 2nd, a god's doorkeeper and his wife are depicted here. Belonging to who? Amenhotep, doorkeeper to the Egyptian god Amun. Amun-Ra. And you can see the eye right there. You want to talk about all that? And these tombs have been heavily vandalized. The whole wall carved out. History. Certain spots purposely removed. Now, this first tomb belongs to an Amenhotep, doorkeeper to the Egyptian god Amun, and they're surnamed Rabiu and his wife Sodomen. I want you to also make note, how large this individual is compared to everyone else here. Now, Amenhotep's son and his wife in the second tomb, discovered on March 10th, belonging to Sapmut, which is the son of Amenhotep, and Sodomen. So look inside these areas that have not been seen in a long time. Now you can see that there's mud daubers or something that's come in here and built up on the walls. But you can also see where they've purposely chiseled away certain spots. You can see here they've chiseled away all of this. Everything it said. And you can see they've chiseled all of this writing out. Right above the heads here, they purposely took it out. And they took out this being, this person. You can see the arm coming out. And these two looking. And this individual holding this branch that goes all the way up through all this. And all the way down through here. And it looks like maybe the arm came out, extending. They completely took out the individual here. And once again, these individuals being way larger than the rest here. Now on the other side where this guy is standing, you're going to see the same thing. Right above their head, the same area has been removed. Certain things have been removed. Certain areas. Whatever was said there, and right above his head here, certain things have been removed on purpose. And notice, for some reason, you can see the eyes of all these individuals. Up here, when you get to these guys, all the eyes, or the heads of the eyes, the faces have been taken off of these individuals. You'll also notice that this being here has been removed. The whole individual is gone. And this first person on both levels here, reaching out kind of mystically to this entity or person that is no longer there. Here we go. Here's the other shot. You see what I'm saying? The same patch of information above their head has been taken out. And the same entity, whatever's sitting here, has been removed on both sides. Whoever it was. Anyhow, that's a look for the first time inside of these tombs that have just been discovered. And amazingly enough, this one belonging to an Amenhotep, doorkeeper to the Egyptian god Amun. I'll leave links.
According to legend, 800 years ago, King Lalibela had 11 churches carved out of solid rock here in northern Ethiopia. Conceived as a new Jerusalem, the elaborate churches have been sacred pilgrimage sites for nearly 1,000 years. But a leading expert on Lalibela believes they may have served another, darker purpose.
Now, remember, the churches of Lalibela are arranged in different clusters. Those down in that area are more for typical religious purposes. But these over here, closer to us, these look a lot more like fortresses. The vast church complexes in Lalibela were built in 3 distinct sections. The areas I had already seen with Lalibela expert Fukru were clearly designed and built as places of worship. But it seems as if some of the 4 churches at the southeast end of the complex were built centuries earlier, not to welcome pilgrims, but to withstand a siege. One of the clues is a tunnel system that connects the southeast cluster to the rest of the complex. Look at this tunnel going straight down here. There's a debate whether this is military or not up here, but it sure has the look of it. How long is this tunnel?
It's about 55 meters.
55 meters, over 150 feet.
Yeah.
And connecting through to here.
To this way.
Yeah. In ancient times, I mean, these underground passages provided a perfect defense, because if you were being attacked, the army attacking you would have to come in single file. So it would break down the attacker to one man at a time. Much easier to defend. The long tunnel system in the southeast cluster leads to the Gabriel and Raphael churches, which are completely surrounded by a hand-carved trench ranging from 15 to over 50 feet deep. So this looks like a defensive wall. I mean, this is carved out, right?
And this goes all the way to the other side too.
And this waterway here would have been like a moat.
Yeah, this is like a moat, or you can say it's like drainage, which flows all the way down. You can...
Yeah, perfect defense posture here. In the 12th century, when King Lalibela built his New Jerusalem in the remote mountains of Ethiopia, his Zagwe kingdom was relatively isolated from the turmoil gripping the Holy Land of Jerusalem, 1,400 miles north. But 500 years earlier, in the 7th century, Arab armies were on the march to the north, and internal strife was crumbling the once great Aksumite Empire who ruled here. And it seems as if some parts of the southeast cluster were built in that turbulent time. This looks like a drawbridge.
So far, I mean, the main access or entrance of the church has not been discovered yet. So this is the only access that we have to go in.
Like a medieval castle, this church only has one way in, a bridge 50 feet up, another clue pointing to military origins. And like a fortress prepared for a long siege, it may also have had its own water supply. My Lord, how deep is this thing?
That's really very deep. Even has got, like water cistern underneath.
Yeah, that's what that is? In the rainy season, this cistern could collect enough water to last the people here for months. If this was as much a fortress as a church, then that could have been a water supply for a siege.
Yes, it could be for the church or for fortification. So we don't know exactly what it was.
But it's totally unique, and other churches don't have
different from the others. So what we have from the other church is just holy water, not like as water cistern in here.
Makes you wonder, huh? Today, the only access to the cistern is 50 feet below the churches, in one of the numerous water channels that snake through the entire site. Ah, this is so cool. All right, so keep in mind, this is the dry season we're in here. Rainy season, we can't walk through here. This would be all full of water. Most of the year, this is an arid region, where water can be more precious than gold. But in the rainy season, sudden storms could wreak havoc with flooding. So building a massive hydro-engineering system that could move floodwaters out while collecting some of the life-giving water made Lalibela's isolated existence possible. The complex collects and stores huge reserves of both rain and artesian spring water. And if the people here were afraid of attack from outsiders or infidels, an enormous reservoir of water would be essential. All right. Wow. Look at this church. Incredible. Now, who knows really what they were using this for? I mean, these could be defensive walls for military use, but this is the cistern. Now, this is completely unique in Lalibela. From what Fukru tells me, this entire floor here
is all a cistern space. Beneath it is almost 30 feet across. See, that's me right there. Hello. So this is going underwater, and we're going to see if we can look at the underwater of the underworld. There she goes. Oh, yeah, that's cool. I mean, all of this is filled with fresh water, and we're in the dry season. And you could enable a whole population of people, maybe even soldiers, maybe a defending army who is being besieged inside of this church/fortress. This is the water that would keep them alive.
These channels still work, collecting and distributing water. But we may never know if they were intended for irrigation or defense against some long-vanished threat.
Check it out. Look at this. All these strange spaces. This is a river channel, also hand-carved, rock-hewn. Right down here would have steered all this rainwater right through this channel and down to the River Jordan. Everything seems to be speculation in this place. Because the records are gone, rock can't be carbon dated. No one knows. I mean, Lalibela, still a total mystery.
Up next, a mysterious connection to the Knights Templar.
It does look like a Templar cross.
And later, a gruesome shrine.
Skull, the teeth.
In the time of Jesus Christ, while the Roman Empire was spreading across the world, there was another mighty empire on the rise, the Axumites of Ethiopia. I'm heading to a mountainous region, more than 300 miles north of Addis, to the city of Axum. Now a small farming town, it was once the rich capital city of a mighty empire that dominated much of northeastern Africa for 600 years. Tradition has it that the Axumite kings traced their lineage back to King Solomon, and even claimed that his son brought the Ark of the Covenant, at the time a Jewish relic believed to have mysterious powers, to Ethiopia in the 10th century BC. The Axumites' link to King Solomon, as evidenced by their exclusive claim to the Ark of the Covenant, did two important things. One, it helped give their kings legitimacy to the throne. And two, it helped create an entirely singular, unique brand of Christianity. Now, some of the only clues left of this one-time world power are located right across the street in a field of obelisks and inside the mysterious tombs of the lost empire. I'm meeting with a guy named Mulabrahan Brahana. He's one of the best experts in this area on the relatively unknown history of the Axumite Empire. Mulabrahan?
Hi, Dan. Nice to meet you.
You too. So this was the center of the Axumite Empire?
Yes.
Like Egypt, Axum was one of the ancient world's great empires for 600 years. From the 1st century AD to the 7th century AD, they mastered major trade routes between India and the Mediterranean and across the Red Sea, exporting luxury goods like ivory, spices, and gold. Proof of the Axumites' wealth and power is here, a field of over 120 towering obelisks, including the largest monolithic stone in the ancient world, the grave markers of Axumite royalty. Erected sometime in the 400 years after the birth of Christ, they weigh up to 500 tons, and each was cut from a single stone and hauled here, some say by elephants, from miles away. So these monuments, these obelisks, are massive. Why are they here?
They are here to mark tombs for the royal family.
Okay. Rising up to 80 feet, each stone was typically supported by a foundation measuring roughly 10% of its total height and bolstered on two sides by gigantic horizontal stones. Surrounding the central foundation are several underground rooms used to entomb the dead and seal away incredible riches. War and lack of resources have made archaeology a luxury in modern Ethiopia, and 90% of these tombs are still unexplored. This is insanely huge. Like the pyramids in Egypt, this elaborately carved stele marks the final resting place for a king who was as formidable as any pharaoh. So these are the windows, these are the beams. So this is essentially the replica of a palace, a royal palace.
That's my royal palace.
For the royals who are buried beneath it.
Yes, exactly.
These massive stones were only grave markers. It was in the rooms below that they would spend eternity. It's a secret vault of ancient Christian mysteries. Inside the small guarded church is the final resting place of the Ark of the Covenant. Hidden in subterranean monuments. We're inside the rock that they carved. Yes, inside the rocks. And 9,000 feet in the air. You fall off that, you are gone. Christ's underground kingdom is revealed on Cities of the Underworld. Ethiopia, secret Holy Land.
During the Middle Ages, we had the most known of all the knighthoods called the Knights Templar, which translated as Knights of the Temple. Most of us that's familiar do not know that the original Knights of Templars were actually brothers and sisters from Ethiopia. You know, if you look into Ethiopia today, the oldest castles on the planet is in Gundar, which is in Ethiopia. You know, then you also have some castles that's in southern Egypt in the Aswan area. You know, so the first science of iron making really started with us. Because of course, if we built pyramids over 6,000 to 10,000 years ago, we already were dealing with the sciences of stone masonry, carpentry, astronomy, so on and so forth. So the Middle Ages really sparked off with a crusade. And crusade teachings of Jesus or Yahshua, you know, who really goes back to Ethiopia as well. Even in the book of in what we call the New Testament or the Gospels or the Injil in Aramaic, you find that the first people to be taught from Yahshua of his 12 disciples was Philip. And Philip actually met with a brother that was actually on a chariot. You know, Philip itself, the word means horse lover. So I guess you could say that they both stopped at the stoplight, to put it in modern day terms, and they began to discuss the whole science of the Torah, so on and so forth. And he explained to him that Yahshua had came, and he was basically the new Messiah, and Messiah just really meant ordained king, to build a new kingdom that Solomon had not finished. Because really, that's the real teachings of Jesus, was to build a kingdom on earth. You know, as it is in heaven, so it is on earth. So that's best for the knighthood of Yahshua Jesus, who said he came for the house of Israel, or known as Beta Israel, which what the Philosophians or Ethiopians call themselves. So what we would say the oldest Christianity, even though that's what they call it, is actually still the teachings is in Ethiopia, which is really an ancient teaching, which is not nothing new. So we deal with Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, all of the same teachings. With the knighthood order of the Knights of the Templars, they were basically taught, you know, by our ancestors or our brothers called the Knights Templar. Of course, we originally represented. You know, so that became a symbol for him at that time, because they were at a crossroads as far as trying to extend the teachings of the heavens being on earth. You know, so the Knights Templars, according to where we're taught, started with a man named Hughes Payen. But if you take the word Payen, it's really Bayan. Bayan is also an Ethiopian name, which goes back to ancient Morocco, which is called Bay, or Rebbe. All these really mean teaching. So Hughes Bayan was the first founder, or the first one that we taught, you know, into what they call today Masonry, to teach them our sciences. Because at that time, we had began to fall. You know, we were basically became arrogant and ignorant, just like anybody that becomes a boss at your job or anywhere else. You know, you begin to maybe get pumped up that you're the leader, so on and so forth. So we began to see that we began to fall. You know, so we took a group of Europeans, also known as Caucasians, and began to teach them. You know, back then it took them 35 to 50 years in trying to be like us. You know, so we began to teach them through the whole Knights Order. You know, in Europe, which we were ruling, the Moors basically ruled Spain, France, Germany. Even the word Spain comes from the word Sabaean, which goes back into the word Shabazz or the word Sheba. You know, so when we say Spanish and French and all these different languages, these are our languages. We taught them. We taught the whole planet their languages, which is all good, and I think we do need to know those languages again.
What manner of name is Hazim? Irish? Cornish?
Moorish.
So the Knights Templar was brothers in armor, like, you know, King Arthur, Knights of the Round Table, so on and so forth. All these comes from us. The original order goes back to, well, as I mentioned, Moorish, which is Maurice, or even Mary. So you have an order in Germany called the Order of St. Maurice. It wasn't a person per se as a name, but it was an actual order. You know, as you can see, we have various pictures showing these knighthood orders of brothers in various positions. You see some brothers in a b-boy stance. You see some brothers with dreads. You see some brothers with the boar head, full beards, so on and so forth. You know, all these different teachings and knights. There's over 200 pictures in a book written in German that I have found in Brooklyn showing these knighthoods. So we're the originators of all knighthoods and castles. As a matter of fact, castles was our military outpost. They said king has his castle, but we really lived in palaces. You know, so what happened was the kings eventually moved into our military outposts after we fell, and then they began to live in our castles and so on and so forth.
You would do well to mind your tongue, Moor. Dance well, Moor.
Starting to like this word more.
So that was called the Age of Chivalry. Now, we began to teach the Europeans when they began to come into Holy Land. And in Masonry, that is called Shriners, ancient Arabic order, nobles of the mystic shrine. You know, in a movie called, I think it's called Heaven on Earth, or Kingdom's Heaven, you see in that movie that you basically see that we began to teach them our ancient sciences. In a book called Stolen Legacy, on around about page 3940, it talks about how the Moors basically rose up, you know, from an ancient teaching, going back to ancient Sumeria, ancient Ethiopia, ancient Egypt. You know, all of these of our teaching, the old ancient Orient, which a lot of us originally came from over here, you know, ancient, you know, the Native America, or the Olmecs, or Lamech, and that teaching was passed on from ancient Atlantis, because the Olmecs, America is the part of Atlantis that did not sing. You know, so when we brought the teaching over here, and then we went into seclusion, and then those teachings became hidden, and then Muhammad, 1400 years ago, in ancient Arabia, you know, went back to Ethiopia, was taught the sciences of Israel, science, law, arts, mathematics, so on and so forth, and that became known as the Shriners. That's why the Shriners are red, gold, and green, because they were in Ethiopia. And then in Moorish Spain, when the Knights Templars fell, then we went onto our ships. You know, some of us went to Ireland, some of us went to Scotland. That's why you have a Scottish Rite, a York Rite, so on and so forth. It depended on where we went into hiding at. You know, then we became known as the pirates. And in the movie called National Treasury, you see that the Knights Templar looking for our ancient ark, because it had been moved around. You see, in the movie, we get on our ships again, because you notice the ships flew a black flag with a skull and the crossbones, which is just basically symbolic of one of our ancient teachings. You know, it has nothing to do with no scary horror, so on and so forth. But basically, the pirates, the buccaneers, which I'll go into the word buccaneer, which comes from the word bacon or boucan, as Sir Francis Bacon, you know, so on and so forth. It's actually a process. But the pirates basically was an extension of our teaching. And so that is the origins of Freemasonry, you know, regarding the Knights Templars, the Shriners, and the pirates. And that was the teaching that was passed on to what we call Freemasonry. The history of Freemasonry. One of the world's best kept secrets. We know the foundation of most countries, being Ethiopia, Egypt, America, Spain, Mexico, so on and so forth, started with a group of brothers, and of course had some great sisters along with that basically helped to establish a civilization. Masonry basically started when the first builders began to build, whether it was log cabins or stone buildings. But most of us are familiar with the pyramid on the dollar bill, which is the world's best kept secret. They say, where's the best place to hide a thing? Right under your nose, you know, which is in everybody's pocket. The dollar bill, which says Novus Ordo Seclorum, the New World Order. Now, a misinformation that has been put out there is that this New World Order is some evil group. The New World Order is the so-called African American and all righteous people, you know, that basically are trying to bring about a new righteous teaching. This was set up by Sir Francis Bacon, which was basically set up, Masonry in America was set up by Benjamin Banneker, and of course, we think Benjamin Banneker is Prentice Hall, or that's what he meant, which is in Prentice Hall. You know, that's another story for another time. You know, of course, they say he basically initiated or taught George Washington and Benjamin Franklin. But going back to the origins of Freemasonry as we know it, it goes back to ancient Ethiopia. In basic ancient Ethiopia, were the original builders in stone. You know, we built Egypt. Ethiopians built Sumeria.
Sightseeing. The sight you see is him pointing at the pyramids.
This one's bigger, isn't it?
Pointing in a mosque where the press had to don those embarrassing booties, a fate the President and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton avoided by going shoeless, as a tour guide demonstrated the acoustics.
My voice carried.
The President's voice carried at Cairo University, where he kept quoting the Quran for his Muslim audience.
The Holy Quran tells us, the Holy Quran teaches that, the Holy Quran tells us, O mankind.
The audience was kind to President Obama.
Thank you.
Though he is no doubt jet-lagged, press secretary looked as if he was fighting off sleep during the speech. President Obama spoke so much about his Muslim experiences that the website Wonket jokingly called this his Ich bin ein Muslim speech. The president even rattled off a few phrases in Arabic.
Shukran. Saka. Assalamu alaikum. E pluribus unum.
Wait a minute, that last one wasn't Arabic, that was Latin. It's what's inscribed on a quarter.
Out of many, one.
Many wanted to be the one to get the best spot at the photo op with Presidents Obama and Mubarak. Of course, the visual highlight was... No, not him. It was the president touring the pyramids, outside and in.
Purification, mummification.
Self-identification.
That looks like me. Look at those ears.
Separated at birth from a hieroglyphic, but the president's guide saw another resemblance.
Mr. President, you look like King Tut.
I've been told.
Yes, it's true.
He should know about King Tut. Dr. Sahi Hawass oversaw scans of Tut's mummy that produced this likeness. Though President Obama tends to skip the eye makeup, the president's trip inspired Egyptians to display decorations calling Obama the new King Tut of the world. But even the new King Tut couldn't budge a pyramid. Still, it's good practice for trying to push peace in the Mideast. Ginny Mo, CNN, New York.
My search starts here, at the temple of Abu Simbel. It turns out that this great Egyptian monument is in fact in Nubia, built at a time when the ancient Egyptians ruled it. Most Egyptologists aren't that interested in Nubia, but I found one who's passionate about it. Bassam el-Shama thinks that Nubian history has been ignored for far too long.
Ramesses II, about 1250 BC, a man who ruled our country for about 66 years and 2 months, because that's documented, actually decided him and his very dedicated workers to come here and carve, hewn off the cliffs, a temple dedicated to the Nubian deities.
Huh.
Normally, in temples of Ramesses and other pharaohs, you would find a very typical classic scene of the pharaoh smiting his captives of wars using a mace head, and that's showing his domain and his vigorosity. But in this temple, as I'm going to show you now, we found the facial features of the statues, which was hewn off the cliffs, especially the family that he is introducing to the Nubian brothers and sisters. He's showing his mother, he's showing his daughters, and one of the best examples of this is Our Lady here. First of all, we notice how the facial features are typically Nubian. And then you've got the hairstyle, the Nubian style, the Afro style. And that, of course, the style that all the queens of Egypt wanted to be in the afterlife. And we know that the Nubians were always referred to in ancient Egypt as a sign of beauty. One of the ancient lyrics go, I wish my lover was a Nubian. Mm-hmm. So that is exactly the attraction of the face itself.
I have to admit that I like the idea that the daughters of the pharaoh wanted to look like Nubian princesses. I don't want to interrupt your narrative, but I have to ask you this. How come you know so much about Nubia, man? You must be the blackest Egyptian I've ever seen.
Nubia doesn't have to make any effort for anybody to fall in love with her. She's a beautiful culture. She's a beautiful, informative culture. She gave us a lot. And when I came down from Alexandria to Aswan, to the beginning of the heart of Nubia, I decided I want to learn the language, I want to learn the songs, I want to learn the dances, and most importantly, I want to know about those people, about their lives, about their history, about their culture, because they're part of me.
So you can marry one of the women.
Exactly. if I got lucky.
This temple itself got lucky. In 1964, when the Egyptians started to build the Aswan Dam, it was moved here block by block to save it from being drowned. The Aswan Dam is modern Egypt's greatest engineering project, bringing electricity and water to the entire country. But it devastated Nubia, flooding 500 square miles of its land. When I look out over this lake, all I can think about is what we can't see. All the history of an ancient civilization that's been lost. Many of the people displaced by the dam now live in and around the city of Aswan. They still call themselves Nubians and are fiercely proud of their culture and history. Surprised me on this whole trip. There's even a program on local television called Nubian Treasures, hosted by Ezra Dahab. Stunningly beautiful. You know, I'm an African American, and African Americans are all colors, sizes, and shapes. When I look at the Nubian people on this boat, it's the same. They're all colors.
Yes.
Some are dark, some are light.
But not all of them is Nubian, but I think it's most of them are Nubians. But Nubians have some special features of the face, of the color. But if I can see you, I can say if you are Nubian or not. Not only from the color, I think it's from the soul.
The soul?
Yes, from the soul.
How about me?
I think you are Nubian. Definitely Nubian, yes. You look like Nubian men here in Aswan.
I do, really?
Yes, I think so. And most of them saying Salaam Alaikum, good morning to you. They think that you are from Aswan and you are Nubian.
I like that. You know, African Americans are obsessed with Nubia. They love Nubia. They want to. They don't even know where Nubia is, but the one thing they know is that there's black pharaohs and it ran Egypt. And they think that it's the greatest of all the black peoples, the Nubian people.
Yes, because Nubia is a part of Africa, and the African people, they are a part of Africa. I think their hearts, although they are living in America, I think their hearts, a piece of their hearts is still in Africa.
Ezra has brought me to the only Nubian village that survived the flood. It's called Garb Aswan. Oh, the food is nice, huh?
This village, I can say that it looks like the traditional Nubian village. All the Nubians are like the Nubians in the ancient villages. They still, till now, talking with the Nubian language. They still, till now, wearing the Nubian clothes. They stay till now, having their tradition in all the occasions of their life. Traditions on wedding and celebrating.
They say the same.
Yes, yes.
Since the loss of their land, younger Nubians like Ezra are determined to preserve their own language and culture and want to find out more about their ancient history.
This area which the real Nubia was there, and now it's under the water. Yes, because the water covered every place there. Just the monuments, we could save it, and the people.
When I was a little boy, and the dam was being built, it was famous. People talked about it all over the world. But the black Americans in my hometown were very angry because they said it was racist. And I remember a woman, a school teacher, started a campaign to try to save Nubian culture because she said that the only reason they were building it here was to bury Nubian culture because Nubians were the black people. Does it make you angry that Nubian civilization is buried under that lake?
Not angry, but it's making me sorry. Because I dreamed that one day I could visit this place. I dream that if I could have the chance to live even one day in the ancient Nubia, because my father told me many things about it, my grandfather and mother, and all the history books, or all the books which talking about the Nubia. And when I see the pictures of the Nubia and the palm trees which the water is covering till the end, sometimes I cry.
Yeah. Ezra wanted me to see where most Nubians live today. Balana was one of the villages specially built by the government 35 years ago for refugees from the flood. How far from the river are we?
From the river? Yes, it's about 2 kilometers. It's not on the river.
No.
No, it's not on the river directly. No.
So it's a long way.
Yes. Yes. They lost their close relationship with the Nile. Because in the ancient Nubia, most of the houses were on the Nile. Just few steps to let your feet touch the Nile waters.
68 tourists were killed by Islamic terrorists just a few weeks before I arrived, so security is tight. To be honest, I'm not sure who I'm more afraid of. These guys or the terrorists.
ازيك يا فوزية؟ أهلا وسهلا. طيب.
تفضل. السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ezra was determined that I would meet Fawzia Suleiman, whose family lost their home to the flood when she was only 9 years old. Once the dam was completed, what effect did it have on your family and the other Nubian people? Did it cause your family pain, distress? Did it make her sad to have to move her family?
لما حصل ان انت هجرتوا يعني هل حسيتي مثلا ان عيلتك اتأثر؟
ولا حاجة احنا بعد ما جينا استلمنا الأراضي.
She's saying that the benefits of the high dam more than anything they lost there.
وزرعناه يعني الفلاحين العاديين عندنا طبعا.
There is no pain for her family for moving from the ancient Nubia to the modern Nubian villages. She's very happy because now she has the chance to educate, to learn, and her children are in the school learning.
That's good.
And she hopes that she will learn like them one day.
But do you miss? Now I'm confused. She wasn't supposed to say that. She was supposed to be against the dam. But there's a policeman in the background.
في يعني دايما بيحصل لي انا لما بعمل لقاءات مع الناس كتير بتوقع هنا لما باجي. في ناس بيقعدوا اسمعيني في ناس بيزعلوا، في ناس حتى بيقعدوا لما بيفتكروا الحاجات دي بقى.
This nice lady clearly has been programmed by the security police that are outside protecting us from terrorists, or the threat of terrorism, to say that building the dam was the greatest thing in her life, when in fact it was devastating to her and to her family and to her neighbors, all of whom were forcibly removed and dumped in this makeshift village. Once the policeman leaves, Fawzia calms down. The older people, did it upset them? Did it make them angry? Did it hurt them when they were forced to move?
قولي لي يا فوزية، الناس الكبار يعني لو فاكرة ساعتها أيام التهجير كده، الناس الكبار
الحاجات كلها اللي نزل بالركايب واللي نزل.
She says that most of the old people during moving, they were crying and saying goodbye our land, or afialogo in the Nubian language. Afialogo.
Afialogo.
Afialogo. Yes, that's mean afialogo بلدني goodbye our land.
كل حاجة. كل حاجة.
She says she missed everything.
It's become clear to me that I'm not going to find ancient Nubia here in Egypt. South of here, in the Sudan, I've heard that ancient Nubian cities have survived out in the desert. It's just my luck that the border's closed. So I've got to go all the way back to Cairo, then fly south to Khartoum before driving north again on a 2,000-mile round trip to the heart of ancient Nubia. My family and my friends think that I'm out of my mind to be going to the Sudan. All we ever hear about the Sudan is that it's in a state of civil war. It has a fundamentalist Islamic government. and it hates Americans. So I'm kind of nervous.
Of course, there are many classicists who object to what I'm saying, and some quite emotionally. A friend of mine tried to persuade a friend of his to buy a copy of the book in Heffer's, the main bookshop here. And as he was talking about the book, the shop assistant said, "Would you mind speaking up? I hear so many people muttering as they look at that book." So that clearly there is opposition. On the other hand, there's been very little hostile criticism in print.
In 1989, the leading American classicists organization held a presidential panel at their annual conference to debate Black Athena. Articles followed from leading academics. Much to Bernal's surprise, they gave a serious and enthusiastic response to his project. The idea to hold a forum was put forward by Molly Levine.
Bernal's prediction for this book was that it would be ignored by the classics establishment. And as a classicist, I couldn't bear to believe that we were like that. If somebody had a good idea, or even a bad idea, I figured we were capable of discussing it. And partly it was to test my own profession. I wanted to see what we were really like, and if we were as bad as Bernal made us out to be.
Bernal teaches here at Cornell University in New York State. He's not a classics professor, but teaches Near Eastern studies, and has taught Chinese politics. For Black Athena, he has studied archaeology, Egyptology, modern history, and linguistics, as well as classics. He's supported by his own department. But how have other colleagues at Cornell reacted to his work?
And I part company with Martin Bernal on the issue of white racism is bad, black racism is tolerable, because after all, blacks have suffered so much from white racism, and historically whites have not suffered in any proportion of the way blacks have. Racism in any form is counterproductive. It's also disgusting. I think that it's all, I say counterproductive because it's counterproductive for the black students themselves. Because what they should be getting at is an accurate and clear picture of the past. They should correct the distortions in history.
The search for roots and origins is essentially an affirmation of identity. Ethnic identity, religious identity, historical identity, national identity. And that is almost always a construction. There is no such thing as a pure Greek or a pure Egyptian or a pure anything. Everything is hopelessly mixed up together. And I don't see why they couldn't remain mixed up together. I mean, it seems to me that's the reality of the world of the 90s.
took 2 hours to fly here from Cairo. It took 4 hours to get out of the airport because of the very strict security. And more forms than you've ever seen. I'm holding all my permission forms. Permission to enter the country, permission to travel to the north, permission to make our film, even permission to take photographs for my family. But what can you say? Despite that, I am very excited because I am finally making my way to the heart of the Nubian kingdom, the ancient black kingdom of the Nile. The desert is so peaceful. I can hardly believe that I'm in a country torn apart by famine and civil war. But all that's 600 miles away, thank God. I'm heading north to Merowe, the last of the great cities of ancient Nubia. These pyramids are spectacular. I had absolutely no idea that anyone had built pyramids in the middle of the Sudanese desert. Ali Osman Saleh, a Nubian archaeologist and an old classmate of mine from Cambridge, has come to show me around.
Yeah, why? At the 6th century BC, the Merowites had their own language, written language.
A written language?
Oh yeah, the written language. The Merowites controlled a vast region. The Merowites had produced beautiful art. This is one of the greatest peoples of the world. They negotiated the most difficult environment that you must have seen if you are coming from there. They negotiated it, they conquered it, they made a civilization.
I can't believe that 40 generations of Nubian kings and queens are buried here. For almost 1,000 years, from the time of the ancient Greeks to the fall of Rome, Merowe flourished. But we still know so little about it. Meroitic civilization is clouded in mystery. Nobody really knows what these buildings are for, but Ali has his own theory.
This was a learning place.
A learning place?
Yeah.
Like a college, a university?
Like a college university.
Oh.
Cairo called it the College of Merowe.
The College of Merowe?
The College of Merowe. Now we are considering that idea seriously.
If this is true, then it's the oldest university in Africa.
It is the oldest university, it is. It looks so. It looks like a college. This is an educational sanctuary as far as I'm concerned. It is a lot of rooms, a lot of places, and of course last year when the excavation was going on here, they have discovered a very beautiful garden there with fine ditches for irrigation.
That was the Department of Nubian Studies over there, right?
Yeah, that was the Department of Nubian Studies, they are possible. We are now treading the aisles of the fairest African college.
University of Merowe.
The University of Merowe.
A 2,000-year-old college, marooned in the middle of a desert. If that's what it is, it ought to be one of the great monuments of the world. Instead, the whole of Merowe feels like some strange mirage. I'm driving north to find an even older Nubian city. The journey's supposed to take 2 days, but there are no roads, no hotels, acres of sand, no toilet, and no showers for 200 miles. I've been thinking about what these sand dunes remind me of, and I think it's caramel ice cream, like big mounds of off-brown ice cream. You go over a sand dune and you think you're all alone. And then 2 people pop out of nowhere with goats or riding a camel. Or you go up to use the bathroom over a hill in the middle of the night, as I did last night. And I almost stepped on a camel, which is quite frightening. If I didn't have to go to the bathroom before I saw the camel, I had to go after I saw the camel. But it's also not difficult to understand why the people who live near the Nile and in these sand dunes were a mystical people. It is stunningly beautiful under the stars. Last night I stepped out of my tent at 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom. And it was as if the sand were snow. From the moonlight, the sand had been transformed into this beautiful white covering that reminded me of Christmas time in Boston. What a relief to get out of that desert. Now I understand why people worship the Nile. I'd forgotten that this many people even lived in the Sudan. I'm here for a Nubian wedding. Maybe I'll get a chance to dance with some Nubian princesses. The groom has asked me to be his guest of honor. The Nubian on the left is me. That was just the first part of the ceremony. Now we're at Nubia's version of the bachelor party. Congratulations, my brother. How do you feel today? I'm feeling very well. I'm so happy. Happy? Yes. Are you scared? Nervous? No. No? No. When I got married, I was scared. The Nubians were Christians for 1,200 years before they became Muslims in the 16th century. Some even took part in the Crusades. We've come to the river for a ritual that dates back 3,000 years. The groom cuts through the water with his sword to receive the blessings of the Nile. I hate to leave, but I have to get going. After all, ancient Nubia awaits. The next morning, at the sacred mountain of Jebel Barkal, I meet up with Irene Liverani, an Italian archaeologist.
This is the temple of Mut. So it was built by Taharqa, who is the great black pharaoh who has to fight against the Assyrians in, just to defend Egypt and Nubia. So, as you can see, it is well preserved, and we have beautiful reliefs here. When the god woke up in the morning, the priest or the king used to offer him cakes and milk and good food. And of course, priestesses were just playing music for him, just to let him wake up in joy. That's wonderful. It's a nice, it's very joyful religion, the religion of ancient Nubia.
In the 8th century BC, the kings of Nubia conquered the whole of Egypt, and this was their capital. Wow, Irene, who built this temple?
Bianchi built the temple,
Bianchi?
or better, he enlarged, refurbished the temple after the defeat of Egypt.
Now, who was Bianchi?
Bianchi was the first black pharaoh. He presented himself as a black man, as a pharaoh, but black, with all the features of a black man,
And this hadn't been...
powerful black man, beautiful. He presented himself as a black, so powerful to be kings even in Egypt.
Black African kings ruled the whole of ancient Egypt for almost a century. But how many of us have ever heard of them? Why have scholars been so reluctant to give Nubia the credit that you are willing to give it?
Racism.
Racism?
Racism. I call it racism. And when they found this culture so interesting, so beautiful, so important, they first thought, oh, it is Egyptian culture here in Nubia.
If this were Egypt, I'd be queuing with hundreds of other visitors and a guide. But I've not seen one single tourist since I arrived here. I'm in one of the greatest tombs of antiquity, all by myself. For almost 100 years, black men and black women were the most powerful rulers in the entire world. Here at last, I finally found the treasure that I've been searching for, the black pharaohs of the Nile. This is so beautiful. The Sudanese are just about the friendliest people I've ever met. Assalamu alaikum. Wait, thank you. Very much. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. I feel stupid that I've been so worried about being hated as an American. Here I meet Ahmed Asman from Khartoum. It turns out that he was a student in the United States.
Would you like grape or oranges? Come with desta. Desta, come.
I like oranges.
You like oranges? بكمل دسته.
About 6.
Do نص دسته. نص دسته, yeah.
Oh, dozen. A dozen.
Dozen?
Yeah, for everybody.
عليه نقيله كويس دسته.
How much would that be?
That will be 4,000 pounds, which is about $2.
No, but banana.
Banana?
No, we're fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me help you.
Ahmed has persuaded me to give him a lift to an oasis on the way. Would you believe that it's famous for burying people in the sand? we arrive, the school principal is keen to tell me all about it. Why are the sands here so good for your health?
لماذا الرمال في هذه المنطقة حسنة لصحتك لصحة الإنسان؟
لأنه هذه الرمال الموجودة عندنا دي بتختلف عن الرمال في المناطق الثانية.
These sands which are present here are quite different from sands elsewhere.
ولذلك فيها نوع من المواد تقريبا تكاد تكون جيرية، ربما إنه ده يكون السبب، لكن الدراسات ما محددة، يعني ما حصلت دراسة مقننة عشان توري على إنه الميزة الأصلية في الرمال.
Some chemical ingredients which are useful for health, but no studies have been done to determine what are these ingredients.
Well, I don't have rheumatism, but I have arthritis. So do you think it can cure me and my hip?
يقول لك أنا ما عندي الرطوبة بس أنا عندي arthritis اللي هو المفاصل، هل ممكن يعالجني؟
Maybe. It may be.
Well, I want to give it a try.
يعني لازم تجرب.
You have to try it.
I want to try it. Tell them I've come all the way from America to try your sand.
يقول لك أنا جيت كل الطريق من أمريكا عشان أجرب العلاج بتاعك هنا.
And before I know it, I am trying it.
Take off your watch.
Take off my watch. Okay, take off my watch. Watch.
Take your glass.
My glasses. I can't see.
Your
glasses.
My glasses.
Good.
My shoes.
Yes, it's true.
My socks.
Yes.
Okay, my socks. My clean white socks. There you go. Okay. Now what? Get in here?
Yes.
To go inside.
With these?
طبعا.
Okay. Which, my head here? Or which way?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay. I can't believe that this man has persuaded me to take all my clothes off in the middle of the desert. Excuse me.
يا دو عايزك خلوهم يمشي. يلا يا أولاد.
Feels rather good, actually. Well, I have to say, I've been buried in the sand many times by my daughters when they were small, and it never occurred to me it would cure anything except their boredom. I feel like a mummy.
يلا يلا. طوال عشان إيه؟ عايزين نقفل ها. بعد شويتين عايزين نقفل. اسمع. بعد كده شيل سيلتك أنت بجوا، نحن تاني ما لناش دعوة.
He's telling you, you take care of yourself. Okay. I'm going out now.
Okay.
You are on your own.
I'm on my own.
Yeah.
It's nice and peaceful in here. I have absolutely no idea if it'll do me any good, but I'm certainly providing the weekend entertainment for the villagers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come.
Okay.
Yes. Come.
Yeah. Wrap yourself well.
Up.
Okay. Now you want me to stand up? All right.
Up.
To the house. Salam alaikum.
Okay.
All right. To the house. Here is nice.
In this heat, I need this blanket like a hole in the head. But I am kind of relaxed. I'm heading for my furthest point north, the area around the Third Cataract. This is where the most dramatic discoveries about ancient Nubia are only just coming to light. This area is the most ancient part of Nubia, the mysterious land that the early Egyptians called Kush. It's also where the Sudanese government is planning to build a hydroelectric dam. Once again, Nubia is about to be flooded. Villagers will be forced to move. Archaeological remains will be lost. History is repeating itself. Mashikela is one village that will definitely be drowned. It's the home of the oldest Quranic school in all of Nubia, and it's still run by two brothers whose family founded it 350 years ago. What will happen to this village if the dam is built?
No problem.
No?
Yes. We all glad. We want to see the dam today before tomorrow.
But will this school be wiped out?
You see, I want to tell you something. If somebody come make a dam here, he can come tell me, leave the mosque or leave your house. I see like my daddy died now.
I understand.
With that, I not can say no. Because this dam for him Kajbar, not for him another people for another country. For him, the people for him this country.
When the dam is built, this school, which is so old, which means so much to you and your brother, will be flooded away.
Ahmad.
Sheikh Ashi stops our interview to talk to our translator. Language is a problem, but I know that he understands me. Just like Fawzia back in Egypt, I think he's afraid to speak his mind. I'm a teacher too, so I know if I lost my school, if it was flooded, I would be sad.
We can do.
What can you do?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yes.
Like these two brothers. This is the light-skinned brothers, but they're brothers. This is your Romans. That's a Roman. I know brothers look like that. That's just the light-skinned version. They were two brothers in the same family. You see what I'm saying? So these are how your Romans looked. And if they look that way, what do you think the Greeks look like?
Heyerdahl, Thor Heyerdahl, the Norwegian explorer, took a papyrus reed boat, which the Egyptians has used and the Ethiopians had used on their inland lakes and elsewhere. And he showed that the curves of this boat showed that it could cross the ocean. It wasn't just for inland shipping, and it was used 800 years before Christ. And he said it can cross the Atlantic. And scientists scoffed at him. Scientists took the papyrus reed and they said, if you put it in a tank, it will sink. And they put it in the tank and it sank. And Heyerdahl said, if I took a piece of the Queen Mary, which is made of iron, and put it in a tank, it would also sink. So, rising above the idiocies of the scientists, he built the papyrus reed boat with the help of Abdullah de Jibrin and the Baduma people on Lake Chad in 1969. And they sailed across the Atlantic successfully. They only got in trouble off Barbados because the Africans had cut a rope which was attached to the bow and the deck. And they cut that rope thinking it merely had to do with curvature and of the bow. In fact, it was a flotation device. That was the only mistake they made. When the Aymara Indians, without the help of African experience, rebuilt the identical boat, because on Lake Titicaca in South America, the identical boat was being used that was used by the Egyptians. They crossed the Atlantic in the Ra 2. And the strange thing about the Ra 1 is that, as I have said, it did not steer to America, it came by itself. The rudders broke on the first day, they could not steer. The currents took the thing from Africa and landed it in America. And Heyerdahl is not the only one. There have been 120 experiments with small boats across the Atlantic. And it has been shown that the small boat can arrive earlier than Columbus or Vespucci. And a man who showed that, you have experiments by Alain Bombard and Hans Lindemann. Bombard set out in a dugout, which no African would be mad enough to use on the Atlantic. He set out in a dugout without a crew, without a sail, and crossed the Atlantic safely from Africa to America in less time than either Columbus or Vespucci. And talking about the boats of Columbus and Vespucci, the sails on those boats were Arab Latin sails, which Arabs and Africans had used on the Indian Ocean. They were not European sails. The compass was not invented in Europe. The astrolabe was not invented in Europe. It is true that after the massive and continuous migrations of people to the Americas, that you had an improvement in hulls, an improvement in ships, which went far beyond the other conquered peoples. But at that time, those boats were not superior. So to think that man had to sit down and wait for centuries until the stumble of Columbus landed in India and called Cuba the continent and South America an island, this has nothing to do with the truth of the past. But as I come to a close, I want you to bear this in mind. The history of the world is not written. The history of Europe, perhaps. There remains a great deal to be done. There's a whole world out there. Every time I go back into Mexico, extraordinary things are found. They found the pyramid of Comalcalco with bricks, with various writings, boats, scripts thereon, which has recently been found. A whole new set of things are emerging. This is not a finished chapter. This is no closed chapter. This last chapter has been written with a certain eye, an eye which has been blind to the genius of the African. Therefore, it is only by opening another eye, by having a different kind of illumination, a different kind of vision, that the history of the Americas and the history of Africa can be truly written. Thank you. That's a fact. You look at the maps, those early maps. You look at the early globes that were used in geography. But the thing, and you find it in Arabic documents in the Moorish period, there was assumption all through that Moorish period that the world was wrong. Columbus wasn't new about that. He was right theoretically. If the world is wrong, you could go far to the west and end up in the east. What he didn't know is that you would need an airplane to do it, not the Santa Maria. So the Santa Maria collided with another continent, and he assumed, do you know that even though Columbus doubted that it was Asia, you know what he did? He sent his notary, Fernando Perez de Luna, among the ships and got every man to sign a document that he was off the continent of Asia. He couldn't take any chances. They spent a lot of money sending him out. He had to find India. He had to find the treasures of Marco Polo, come what may. And he got them to sign a document, and he threatened them. If any man were to say they didn't go to the continent of Asia or they were not off the continent of Asia, if there were officers, they would be fined 500 maravedis, several months' salary, and if they were common sailors, they would be given 100 lashes and have their tongues cut out. That's in the documents. That's the great discoverer, St. Christopher. When he came back, he was coming back to Spain. A storm blew his ships into Lisbon, Portugal. The Portuguese were rivals of the Spanish. He sat down. My book begins, and that is no fiction. I have researched every word of it. He sat down to dinner with the Portuguese king, King John II. They sat to dinner on March the 9th, Saturday evening, 1493. Rain fell the next day. I know all the details that King John's queen in Villafranca on the left bank of the Tagus on Monday. I don't know what for. But there in that weekend, on that Saturday and Sunday, there were discussions. And at the dining table, he brought with him 6 Native Americans whom he captured. He was the first man to make slaves out of the Native Americans. And he brought 6 Native Americans with him who fascinated the Portuguese court with the red tint of their skins and their hair. These are not the Africoid types who visited. I'm talking about the Native Americans who came across the Bering Straits during the glacial migrations. And he brought these men. And while they were at table, a dish of beans were brought out at the order of King John. And King John beckoned to one of these people with sign language to build with these beans on the table these lands that Columbus said he had discovered, and a chain or necklace of islands was built up, which included various parts of the Caribbean, Cuba, the Lucas Islands, etc. And when King John saw the massiveness of the discovery, the so-called discovery, because Spain is small compared to the Caribbean. The Caribbean stretches over 1,000 miles of the Atlantic. Some of you don't think so because you came from it and you think it's pretty small. I'm not talking about small in the sense in which you think of it. I'm talking about its physical size. They were upset because the Portuguese, both King John I and II, had refused to give Columbus permission or support. And now the Spanish were going to rule 2 worlds. And they were so upset by that they asked Columbus to go back home and argue for a line to be drawn across the world to separate the claims of the 2 Catholic kingdoms. This was known as the Tordesillas Line. It was signed on June the 4th, 1494, before the discovery of South America by Europeans, before Cabral had got there in 1500. And it was drawn across. The Pope did not give it his blessing until afterwards, but it was drawn in 1494 at the Treaty of Tordesillas, and it includes South America, and they'd never seen it. It includes Brazil, 200 miles of territory from that ocean going right back. And why did the Portuguese do that? They hadn't been there. They were concentrating on the route along Africa up into India because of the strength of knowledge they got from Africans who were aware of a southern land mass, just below the equinoctial line within the same latitudes as Guinea. And Columbus was told about it. Columbus went back to Spain and argued because he was then Prince of the Ocean Sea. He came almost like a king. He was nothing. He argued with the Spanish that they should Agree with the Portuguese. Let them draw the line because there's only water within the line. It's only 375 leagues from the Cape Verde, which is 4.5 miles according to Vespucci. Roman miles give it 4, but they give it 4.5, about 1,600 miles. And Columbus said, nothing to worry about. You're not giving anything to the Portuguese. I have traveled twice as many leagues, and I have found no such land, which is true, because Europe is twice as far from America as is Africa. But when Columbus was on his second voyage, a man called Jaime Ferrer appeared in the Spanish court and told Ferdinand and Isabella that Columbus was lying, that he had knowledge from Arabs and Ethiopians. The word Ethiopian was generally used for African, that there was a landmass to the south within the line, that the demarcation line they were drawing up between the Portuguese claims and the claims of the Spanish. And he said a damaging thing. He said, Columbus knows more about this sleeping than I do waking. So when Columbus was sent a letter from the King of Spain, he said, please come home immediately, and I want to know all that you know about this demarcation line. Columbus wrote back to say, I have arthritis and I am too ill to move. And then he said something which was a deliberate lie because he knew it was not true. He said, Cuba is the continent. I have found the continent. I'm no longer among the islands. Cuba is the continent because my ships cannot circumnavigate it. He knew that was not true, because whether his little ships could circumnavigate it or not, the natives had lived there for centuries and had told him so, and he had made this clear to the Chancellor of Aragon months before this missive. So when he came back, they didn't want to hear anything more about colonizing the Caribbean. They wanted to send him to find the southern landmass, so they gave him 6 ships. And he sent 3 ships along on the earlier route, and he sent 3 ships along Africa. And here are the 3 ships coming down into the Cape Verde, searching for black animals, going into the Semi-Gambia current, then into the tropical latitudes. And they landed 1 day's journey from South America. They landed in a place where they saw 3 hills. And he said those 3 hills reminded him of the Trinity, so he called it Trinidad. Very religious man. The next day, the ships landed in South America. Columbus did not come off the ship. The great navigator, so eager to explore, would not come off the ship because he's terrified to give the Portuguese away. Because I found the letter he wrote to his son Diego Columbus in 1505, in which Amerigo Vespucci is about to appear before the Spanish court, and he says, tell him to do this and to say this and to say that and to do this and to do that, because the man would do anything for me. It was his brother, Genoese brother, tricking both the Spanish and the Portuguese. And he said, certain monies are being paid to me, but I cannot detail them here. I'll detail them yonder. What money is he talking about? Not Spanish money for the prospective discoveries in America. It's the Portuguese money for keeping the Spanish away from the south. That's why Columbus pretended he had an arthritic fit, because he did not want to go into the south. That is why he was arrested. How many of us are aware of that? On his 4th voyage, he was arrested by Bobadilla, he and his brother Bartholomew, and sent back like a black in the hold of the ship to be tried in Spain. So all this Columbus period is built upon a fraud.
Should we be actually concerned about who the Greeks were by blood, or should we be asking about how they constructed their own past? I actually think to even ask the question, who were the Greeks really? Were they black? Were they Jewish? Is to fall into a racist trap. What we've got to do is abandon altogether these myths of ethnicity, myths of ethnic origin, and we have to abandon both the myth of the Aryan origin and the myth, which he's trying to replace the Aryan model with, of the Egyptian Semitic origins of the Greeks, and ask why their ideology works how it does. What are these myths actually saying?
Whether or not his work is welcome to all classicists, Bernal intends to continue his project. The second volume of Black Athena is due out in the spring, and there are 2 more to follow. He firmly believes the Aryan model will crumble, but he has many academics yet to be convinced with his evidence.
There are lots of very interesting new ideas and approaches in classical studies about the place now. Some are motivated partly politically, partly by other current interests in racism, feminism, whatever it might be. They all make their contribution. They're all, most of them at any rate, a good deal less hot-headed than they might have been a generation or so ago. And they all help. But if we say to ourselves, yes, of course, we realize that each generation takes its own view of the past, or each faction in each generation will take its own view, the honest scholar ought to be able to make some sort of allowance for that. And one hopes that the common view which emerges will take allowance for that, and one can recognize, as one does, that is a feminist work, that is an anti-racist work, this is a structuralist work, this is a Marxist work, and so forth, and make due allowance. And that the single-minded who write these sort of things are making their points, no doubt, but they're not making such a major contribution to our proper understanding as they may imagine. Well, I think that the accusation has often been leveled at me, and I'm sure it's been thought by many other people, that if I accuse other scholars of being influenced by their times and by their social backgrounds, I myself must be equally influenced by them. And I think that there's some truth in this accusation, but my defense against it would be that my version is closer to the traditional version held for the last 1800 years or more, last 2000 years. And I think that the Aryan model is more of an aberration than mine.
However, there is another black group, a pre-Columbian black group in the Americas, mostly along the West Coast, California, what is now Acapulco, of a black group of people who do not trace their ancestry to Africa. No one can understand where these people have come from. None of them survive anymore. They do not exist. They have been either bred out of existence or they were the victims of disease or whatever. However, with this new DNA testing, which is now, in other words, all the DNA of every group in the world is now fed into a computer. A computer then can make correspondences, comparisons between every other group. This black group, which they found traces of in the Americas, matches, strangely enough, with Micronesia on the other side of the Pacific to a people called the Negritos. These are black people who trace their origins not east from Africa, but westwards across the Pacific. Now that leaves a tremendous problem. How is it possible that these Negritos, or their ancestors, could have possibly come across the vast expanse of the Pacific to come here? Moreover, there's a real cultural problem. The blacks that were here in the Americas were great builders of civilization. They were part of this Olmec culture. There's no doubt they were highly sophisticated. They had writing, they had astronomy, they had calendrics, they had a highly advanced system of religion. The Negritos, on the other hand, in Micronesia, are not civilized. They are not sophisticated. They are very low-level society. They are like Stone Age or pre-Stone Age people. Genetically, they're the same as these highly advanced people. But culturally, there's a huge difference.
What happened to the old Khmers? Did they die or did they just leave? Did they just leave? The old Khmers, the ones that was like my complexion, did they leave or what happened? Did they say what happened to them? Did they die? The old Khmers, that with the woolly hair, the big ones from Khmer, what happened to them? Did they die or did they just leave? The old Khmers. Old Khmers, you said they look like my complexion. What happened to them? Did they leave? They die? They get killed?
They die.
They die.
Yeah, during the Pol Pot War.
Oh, killed in the Pol Pot War.
Yeah, a lot of the girls from the China.
Oh.
The China is the white color.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot.
Them the Khmer people have married with the girl of the China.
Ah.
So now the most people are the white color.
Or like.
The people are the black color.
Right, just a little bit of them, but most of them died.
Yeah, died during the war.
During the war. Wow. The Naga, go ahead.
Naga the represent for the religion.
Religion?
Buddhist religion.
Buddhist religion? And the Buddhists, were they my color too? The Buddhas?
Yeah.
The Buddhas were black?
Yeah, they're black.
Right. Okay, good.
Naga is basically from the Buddhist secret of the Buddha.
Yes.
Like the Buddhist religion.
The Buddhist religion, gotcha. The Buddhist religion is older than Hindu or the same?
Hindu the older.
Hindu's a little older?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hindu the first. Yeah.
Right, gotcha. And then Buddha came along.
Yeah.
Buddha came along to help the people. You give people enlightenment, Buddha. Excellent. All right, thank you. All right. Say it again. Black. They were black. The old Khmers were
old
black.
Khmer, black color.
Black color.
Yeah.
Hair like mine, like woolly.
Yeah. Some same to you, but big man.
But big. And this is the old Khmer right here. And this is Khmer language, right? Khmer, old Khmer.
Khmer language. They call it Sanskrit language.
Sanskrit.
The real name of our country called Cambodia.
Cambodia,
and
got
language called Khmer.
Khmer.
And local people called Khmer.
Right. And the Khmer were, the Mon Khmer were the original people that were here.
Original people here.
Do they have any accounts of what those original people looked like?
So the have also, they said Mon Khmer is a bit bigger size and also they have a bit dark color.
Right.
And they have curly hair.
Curly.
Yeah. So bigger size than me. Many documents just said big as German.
Big as Germans?
Yeah, but they have black, a
Right.
bit dark color,
Right.
and curly hair.
And curly hair. Oh, cool. I know they came from, they were in Burma, because Burma was also part of Funan at one time. And Thailand as well, too.
Thailand, it used to be Khmer Empire. They just separated them.
Welcome to an earthly paradise, or what's left of it. This is Angkor, a complex of elaborate temples in northwestern Cambodia, once home to 750,000 people. Ancient sacred sites built in the 12th century, abandoned and neglected for 700 years. But archaeologists are discovering an Angkor that is much more than just temples. Recently unearthed canals and reservoirs in a sophisticated network suggests that this was a vast metropolis.
What that tells us is that there's actually structure in here.
Now, scientists are looking for evidence of a civilization much larger than anyone ever dreamed. Water is important to many religions. It can be used to wash away evil and sin. But there's evidence that water was even more vital for the people of Angkor. Huge reservoirs and intricate canals unearthed in the jungle seem to have been used for everyday living, not just for ceremonies. If that's true, Angkor's population and size would have dwarfed the familiar sites of the central temples and their surroundings. Over 1,000 years ago, the Khmer people began to emerge from the dark and tangled forests of Southeast Asia. They were deeply influenced by Hindu and Buddhist texts and built temples to their faith. The 12th century temple of Angkor Wat, the temple of the capital. Just one of the many sanctuaries at Angkor. These are the largest sacred structures ever built, 10 times larger than any European cathedral. They're often said to be the work of the gods. Into the 11th century, the Khmer expanded their lands from the Chinese border in the north to the South China Sea, from Myanmar in the west to Vietnam in the east. But the grandeur of Angkor's temples hints at an even larger kingdom. New discoveries suggest this was the greatest city in the ancient world. These silent forests teem with evidence that suggests the real source of the kingdom's prosperity and expansion. Once before, experts linked Angkor's success to its many waterways, but the theory fell on deaf ears. Now, the investigation of a number of barais, vast water reservoirs around the temple sites, is bringing the old idea back. Professor Roland Fletcher of the University of Sydney, Australia, leads the team that is investigating this theory afresh. He explains how views have changed over the last 30 years.
The change that occurred in the 80s was that a group of English scholars began to argue that there were no outlets to the Great Barai and that there weren't any great canals, and that this was essentially water organised for a very elaborate and sophisticated ritual purpose, and for, as far as one could judge from their propositions, really no other purpose.
Experts agree that in Khmer and Hindu myth, the moats and reservoirs represent the featureless oceans, out of which the land and humans emerged. But what about the multitude of channels and dams with little apparent symbolic value? Fletcher sees them as purely utilitarian.
My interest in Angkor is very much a pragmatic interest. I'm interested in Angkor as a city, as a working place. So my initial inclination on coming in would be very much to ask, well, what's the water used for in daily life? After all, whatever else it was used for, people would undoubtedly have drunk it and used it in various ways.
Today, the Angkor waterways are still in use. Roland Fletcher's chief interest is not just the canals, but a vast reservoir. If this reservoir was built in 3 years, as Fletcher assumes, it would have taken tens of thousands of workers to construct it. This is the West Barai. The world's largest temple, Angkor Wat, can still be seen from the Barai, and for all its beauty, it's easily outclassed by West Barai's sheer size.
Everybody talks about Angkor as being enormous, but even if you take the whole enclosure of Angkor Wat, it's only a fraction of the size of the West Barai, which is the vast piece of water that we're sitting in. Angkor Wat is actually a medium-sized construction of the Khmer Empire and the Khmer world. This is the real big stuff. This is the spectacular stuff.
It's the world's biggest water reservoir, and it dates from the Middle Ages. 8 kilometers long and nearly 2 kilometers wide. But it's only a part of the Angkor water management system. The West Barai is matched by another reservoir in an identical location east of the city. But this East Barai has dried up, allowing archaeologists to uncover some of its secrets. In the green fields of the reservoir floor, Fletcher has found the remains of a structure close to its eastern edge. Could this be an outlet valve for the water? That would mean quite a sophisticated understanding of hydraulic engineering. In no time, the local workers strip away the vegetation. It's a massive wall, over 2 meters high and nearly as thick. And then they find drill holes. Intricate workmanship on the dense laterite blocks. So this structure isn't ornamental. Canals are a serious and delicate business. You can't just fill them with water. The water must flow, so it doesn't turn stagnant.
There's 3 of them. There's that big one. And then there's 2 smaller ones there. So there was a barrier here. Now that ran all the way across. They're in that wall as well over there, aren't they?
Another.
Okay. So what was here at some point in time was a big fence running all the way across with quite large beams running through it. And one of the things that they could have done with that in the Angkorian period is to put matting on the Barai side, and that acts as a blocker because vegetation comes up against the matting, and that acts as a barrier to water, and then you can cut that barrier and the water flows through.
The beams suggest a system for temporarily holding back the flow, something that only a vast metropolis would need. Damien and his colleague Sam are looking for evidence that other distant settlements may have been linked to Angkor by water. About 6 miles northwest of Angkor Wat, they find an area without obvious elaborate waterworks. And yet, even here, they discover a concealed temple. Like other temples, this ruin sits on slightly higher ground. It too used to be the center of a settlement with houses, a market, and farmers' fields. The architecture matches many of the temples of Angkor, which suggests that they may have been connected. And that can only mean by canals.
Yeah, it's looking nice on the walls. Whereas previously Angkor was well known as a tightly defined central district, a walled city in the middle of this huge plain, increasingly what we're finding is that there was a great deal of life beyond those city walls, and that there was this very large web of settlement which stretched beyond that nicely planned centre of the city.
No ancient inscriptions tell us the number of people living in Angkor, but the stone carvers recorded a great many details of everyday life. They brilliantly captured not only the goings-on of their kings and their gods, but also the life of ordinary mortals. To find out how far the Angkor civilization stretched, Damien Evans expands his research beyond the temple walls of Angkor Thom. They begin their search for buried temples and waterways at a measured pace, not because of snakes or scorpions, but because of Cambodia's darker recent past. The reign of terror of the Khmer Rouge from 1975 to 1979 did not spare Angkor. The temples were largely unharmed. Not even the brutal dictator Pol Pot dared trifle with the proudest symbols of Cambodia's heritage. But his troops mined a great deal of the area to keep their enemies at bay. Only in the 1990s could special units begin detecting and detonating landmines. In Angkor, archaeology can kill. So far, Roland Fletcher's team has worked all over Angkor without incident, but that's because they make aerial surveys before they set out. Of the hundreds of potential sites, only a few were expected to yield new structures that might have been part of a larger Angkor. But then, Damien combined all these results into a new map, a map that gave the world a new Angkor altogether. All of it linked by waterways. This was suddenly a vast city, littered with structures. More than 70 unknown buildings and hundreds of archaeological sites. In an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers, 3 times greater than ever imagined. Archaeological signposts were suddenly identified in places that had been considered before, but without result. Newfound temple sites were in some cases just subtle humps and bumps in the landscape, lurking in the jungle for centuries, just waiting for an inquiring mind to come along. The future for archaeology in Angkor is suddenly very promising.
What we've discovered with these new maps is the urban landscape of Angkor beyond the well-known temples in the middle. We've systematically documented hundreds of new sites, including temples and canals, which really give a picture of the urban landscape of Angkor as a whole. You really need the aerial perspective to bring that into sharper focus. In its entirety, it stretches across at least 1,000 square kilometers, which makes it really in the same league as the modern-day metropolises that many of us live in.
This finding has changed history. Angkor is not just magnificent architecture. This was a culture that supported a large, seemingly content population, and seems to have done it with style and grace. And water. No water-dependent civilization has ever had so much success for so long. So the ancient Khmer may have a message in a bottle that could prove useful to us. And just possibly life-saving. Angkor was not just its temples, it was the cultural and economic center of the region. And that's why it's so instructive for modern city planners. This was a metropolis bigger than New York City. The ingenious water management system made it all work. The system connects the far-flung settlements with each other. Roland Fletcher has moved his team to the end of the structure, the ancient canal near the East Barai, which they have worked on so intensively over the last few days. Directly to the reservoir. It's not enough for scientists to record what they find. They need to understand it. When archaeologists identify alterations in a structure, they call it a structure with a history. And like all history, it needs to be read. Damien and Sam are taking core samples to find out just how important the canal really was. If it has a stone floor, this may be a major canal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very sharp boundary. So, I mean, this is what you'd expect in a canal. Like, you've got some sands in there. I mean, it's still very clay. And look, you've actually got quite a coarse grain in there as well. And this is obviously a laterite block that we've just cored into.
The really interesting thing about this particular place is that it seems to have a masonry floor, a constructed stone base to it, and that's not something that you see very often at all in the Angkorian world. There are only maybe 2 or 3 instances of this that I know of.
Most of the paved canals are used for the water supply in the center of the city. But the Khmer built another outside their city. This one seems to have had a spiritual purpose. These stones are the tops of linga, symbols of the Hindu god Shiva. They represent the power of creation and the promise of fertility. Water, and especially flowing water, is often endowed with spiritual properties that lift it out of the ordinary. The carved bed of Kebal Speen is perhaps the holiest of all the canals in Angkor. Underwater, the lingas here represent Shiva in his absolute form. Each of them confronts, delays, or propels the water. Water which is seen as fertilizing the land of the Khmer, just as the river Ganges does in India. Kebal Speen is on an elevated plain 20 miles northeast of Angkor Wat. From the plain, the water runs down to the lowland flats, merging with the moats and barais in the center of Angkor. The now sanctified canal connects the holy waters of Kebal Speen with the city. For too long, many archaeologists assumed these hydraulic structures, like the settlements, were only found near the central temples. But they were wrong. We know now that the water system was much greater than anyone guessed.
Before the aerial approach was systematically applied at Angkor, people knew of maybe 24 canals in this area. We now know of over 200, close to 250 probably. So a lot of the old arguments about the water management system, that it wasn't very complex, that it wasn't very elaborate, that it had no distribution system, we now know to be false. So really it's turned some of the traditional arguments about Angkor and the system and the role it played at Angkor completely upside down. In fact, we know now that the water management system was capable of providing additional food by way of irrigation to a substantial number of people, and that it really would have made a significant difference to the viability of Angkor as a settlement.
It was all a vast, spidery network of waterways and basins. Life-giving canals supplying the people and pleasing the gods.
Obviously, this is the Egyptian robe, and you see the dreadlocks, which you see the locks. And obviously, this is an African brother, and you see the Egyptian robe. The funny part about this is is coming from Vietnam, Cambodia. You see, from the temple of Angkor Wat. So it's telling you that the ancient Khmer people were an Egyptian line or a Camite line. The word Khmer is the people from Cambodia, Vietnam. But look at this. Look at the iconology. And you go there now to the temple of Angkor Wat, which is a half a mile. I mean, it's miles wide. The whole complex is over 30 miles wide. You go there now in Vietnam, you won't see these statues because they gave all these statues to a museum in Paris called the museum is called the Guimet Museum, a little small museum. So everybody goes to Paris, they'll go to the Louvre. And there's a lot of stuff they got in the Louvre. But there's another museum in Paris. And since you're so close to Paris, you should take a trip. You know, get on the train or what have you, get you there in an hour. I don't care how much it costs. So you need to go take a trip to the Louvre, and you also need to go take a trip to this Guimet Museum. Because what happened was, the Guimet Museum bought all the Negroid origins, for the lack of a better word, Africoid origins of the Asian people. And these particular statues, they bought them. Like this particular one of Buddha. This particular one of an early form of the Buddha, which there is no doubt that can't be nothing but a brother. See what I'm saying? No doubt that that's nothing but a brother. You see, so here again, and I got several other pictures of this, but here again, this is Egyptian, a Camite. And no other race ever put that type of style of hair into action but us. Either braiding it or either letting it dread, or letting it dread up, or letting it lock up. You see, but yet this is in the temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, or Vietnam, or what you call the ancient Khmer people. You see, now I know you all got the tape from Africans in Asia, or it's called Africans in Asia, Science of Reincarnation. Anyway, it's a guy by the name of Eugene Adams. If you don't have it, we'll make it available to the people. Africa and Asia, and he tells this story of the whole battle of slavery and us going into slavery is on the temple walls of Angkor Wat. Anybody seen this tape? Anybody seen the documentary? Yeah. On the temple wall. So I said, when he showed a picture, I said, no, I got to go and find that picture and study that picture. And so I had to go to Chicago. I bought a book for $50 and got an older book for $50 and walked out the door and the book crumbled and all the pages fell out. But it didn't matter because I had the actual page that I needed. I'm going to show two aspects of this. I want to show this one first and see, can you see the African brothers? And I got several other pictures. But this is the African brothers going into battle. Going into battle. So they tell a story that we just didn't sit down and they just took us as slaves and we just laid down and ran from them. There was wars that was fought. And a lot of that is omitted when they tell the story of the slave trade. Because if they tell you that wars was fought, you see, then you'll get an inkling in your head that you might fight when you're oppressed. So it's always to tell you that you went peacefully, and they omit things that there was wars that was fought on the continent. You see, you never hear that of major wars. You just might hear other Africans turning in other Africans and people just running. But you never hear that. And that is the reason for people who colonize you, you see what I'm saying, is to never think that you fight back. And there's several skirmishes. So there's several skirmishes that happened in American slavery, all wiped off the books. So we know of the Maroons. We got a brother that's the descendant of one on the front row. You know, we know of the brothers in Haiti, or what they call Haiti. But we never knew that there was battles that went on the continent. And this is amazing that the Khmer people, or what you call the Cambodians, have an entire temple walls of the battle that went on. And then they showed this picture where they walk us through. This is the picture after the fight. This line is where the battle is going on. Then there's another line, and by the time, so this goes down the hall, and the picture will be probably a block long. And by the time it gets to the second line, we have already lost the war, because the people up here got long hair. They show these long-haired people. And right here are the African slaves in the slave boats and all. It's an amazing picture. And it's an amazing picture. So to recorrect history, I had to go to the spirit world and say, did this really happen? This is too good to be true. And they said, yes, it was. This is an authentic picture of Africans going into slavery on the temple walls in Vietnam. That's some amazing stuff. Then the guy showed a picture. There's a temple called Borobudur on the island of Java. That's off the coast of I think, Thailand. And they got black people on the temple walls drinking liquor and playing saxophones. You saw that on the thing, drinking liquor and shooting dope and playing saxophone. This is a 1,000-year-old temple, Buddhist temple. So I went back to Chicago about a couple of months later and helped show how the spirit works. And they had a big book on Borobudur. It was probably $150 used. And I picked it up, and the hard cover snapped. And the guy said, well, I can't sell it for that much now. I said, well, how much would you sell it for? He said, 30. I'm like, hell yeah. So I got this particular book, and yes, it has hundreds of pictures, and yeah, they got us on the walls, drinking liquor, shooting dope, and playing saxophones. It's amazing stuff. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if we really dig with our history, things will come up to the point whereas we won't even believe it. You see what I'm saying? Because the other side of that is we are portrayed as being nothing. So this is just interesting.
Egyptians are black. The real Egyptians are black, because the real Egyptians, they are real Africans. So those people in Lower Egypt you see in Cairo, Alexandria, and the Falahins area, they were mixed between the Turkish, Mamluks, French, English, Romans. So those people who come to attack Egypt in that time, they couldn't come to Upper Egypt, to the south, which we still have the same color, our dark color or black color. So they couldn't mix with us.
Next question. Okay, what question?
أصليين إن هم السمر. إنما البيض اللي كلهم. You see, I explained to him about the Nubians and the Egyptians. They were not white. They are black Africans. So he say now, ليه هنا الناس لسه سمر في الصعيد وفي بحري بيض. بحري دولة مش أساس مصر. He say the people in Lower Egypt, most of them, they are not Egyptians. They are Greeks, Francois.
Some scattered through the Pacific and can be seen, our relatives can be seen in the Pacific to this day. Some joined the black population and took over an entire continent called Australia. The British found the whole black continent when they got there and killed almost all of them. They found a neighboring island called Tasmania, and they killed every single person on Tasmania. There's a book on it called Last of the Tasmanians. Every single person on the island was killed. Man, woman, and child. When somebody talk about their Holocaust, remember, at least they're here to talk about it. All the Tasmanians are gone. Total Holocaust.
I want to talk about Australia's intent to destroy, and the evidence of that starts with the idea of terra nullius. Terra nullius is a legal fiction on which this country is founded. Its constitutions, its institutions, everything about it is founded on the basis that average people didn't exist or didn't have rights as human beings. As far as I'm concerned, Australia is a crime scene. And that crime is a premeditated criminal act of genocide. And that makes the people of Australia living off the proceeds of that crime. And I think that people should do something about it. And the way forward in this country is to obviously do that treaty business. A treaty is a healing document, creates a proper legal foundation of law. Terra nullius, a native title, or as I call it, naive title, are inappropriate. They were made by the courts in this country and were applied retrospectively to Aboriginal people going back 200 years. There's a whole litany of intent to destroy issues through Australia's history. Sovereignty. Our sovereign countries are situated in geographic Australia. Our sovereign laws govern our lands and people. No consent. The United Kingdom of Great Britain ordered James Cook of the Royal Navy, with the consent of the natives, to take possession of convenient situations in our countries in the name of the King of England. And the particulars of that are the Admiralty orders issued 30th July 1768. No such consent was ever given or sought. Genocide and crimes against humanity are still today being committed against us. There is no peace treaty. The United Kingdom of Great Britain ordered the Commander-in-Chief Arthur Phillip to apply the rules and disciplines of war to our lands and waters. Particulars of King George III's Commission, 12th of October 1786. No détente or other end of hostilities have ever been proclaimed, and no peace treaty have ever been made or sought. This war, declared or undeclared, continues to this day with genocide, war crimes and crimes against humanity committed against us. No prevention of genocide. And the whole idea of the Genocide Convention was about the word prevention and punishment of genocide. Now, people can't tell me that genocide was prevented in this country since 1949, when Australia was ordered to legislate against genocide. Prevented. Hasn't been prevented. Stolen generations is an issue of genocide. Stolen generations. Creating the conditions of life with the intent to destroy, like reservation, welfare control of average people, welfare control, preventing births in the group and causing serious mental harm in the group. Now this is where the argument is for me in this country. How could you be a civilised society if you can't prevent the act of genocide in your country? Australia's got no jurisdiction. You don't get jurisdiction by murdering and thieving. It's the proceeds of crime we're talking about here. And these issues need to be dealt in a legal situation, a court of law. You won't find a court of law in Australia. It's built on terra nullius, lies, deceit and indoctrination. That's what we're coming from. That's why Australia is so backward in terms of its relationship with the Indigenous people. Truth's a hard thing to swallow. That's what we need to do. The truth is also a weapon. And in this country, the land of lies, the truth is a weapon of mass destruction. And so is education. And it disturbs me what's happening in education in this country. The fact that Aboriginal people are the most researched, documented, measured people on the face of the earth. Nobody in this country knows very much about us. What's going on? Is it the vested interests? Is it the denialism? Is there a mental blockage here? Now this denialism is the problem that average people have. We think that there's a psychological problem at a national level. People can't deal with reality. But we don't need this deluded superiority complex that we have to put up with daily. We know how to look after our own selves. We were self-determined. We had organised, stable, socially organised societies right through this continent, of which there was many black nations, all with their own sovereignty. And our process of law are through our elders who sit in council, who are bloodline back to that territory. There's no other way. That's the way it was in the beginning, and that's the way it will be in the end for us too. Whitefellas law is inferior to our law. It's a backward dark age law. It's built around greed, selfishness. Our law is about sharing, caring and looking after this land. We had a custodian and caretaker role. We are the legal authorities in this land. We are the legal authorities in this land. It's about time people took heed of that and respected it. Stop paying your taxes to these terrorists. You call it a government. You're funding terrorist organisations as far as I'm concerned. And if you analyse it legally, you'll agree. There's no prevention of genocide. The United Kingdom of Great Britain ordered Commander-in-Chief Arthur Phillip to cause those who wantonly destroy the natives to be brought to punishment according to the degree of the offence. Well, how would that apply to Mr. Hurley, who murdered our brother there in Palm Island? And this has been going on since day one, the murder of Aboriginal people. It wasn't really a case of murder, they reckon. It was an unlawful killing. That's how they described the killing of Aboriginal people through the past. This has been going on. Aboriginal people are a very small population here, a small minority. And to lose any one of our people hurts us immensely. And it's continued to happen over the last 240 years. No one in this country has ever been punished or prosecuted for the crime of genocide against us. The Commonwealth of Australia is demonstrably unwilling and unable to stop and prevent this genocide, and accordingly, the International Criminal Court has jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute top government officials as key perpetrators in offences of genocide, war crimes and crimes against humanity. The International Court of Justice has jurisdiction to determine whether the Commonwealth of Australia is in breach of international law by failing to enact domestic legislation adequately and generally preventing and punishing genocide. I've never accepted, I'm not an Australian citizen. I don't like the idea of calling myself a stray alien anyway. I've got an identity, a culture, language and all those things. And the idea of assimilating is probably, to me, is like the worst form of genocide that there is. It's been made to be something that you despise the most. And that's probably the situation average people are in. We're not that impressed with white fellas and their technological and their civilisation and their Christianity. In fact, we ain't seen none of that stuff. Where is the Christianity? Where is the civilisation? It's more like the barbarians, thieves, murderers. We tried to, for ourselves, work out what were the key areas of Aboriginal people's concerns. And for us, it was called the Black GST. G meaning genocide, the issues surrounding that, sovereignty, and the lack of a treaty in this country. They're fundamental customary law norms of international law. They're foundation laws. Australia's in violation of all these laws. And that's why we set up a thing called the Black GST. Australia lives off the proceeds of crime. And how does that make people feel? Do people really want to do something about this situation? Do you want your children to grow up knowing that they're responsible, they're liable for this because their ancestors and their elders wouldn't do nothing about it? This genocide issue's been put in a too hard basket for too long. We need to deal with it. We need to deal with it now. People need to have a look at what happened in the Nuremberg trials and what happened in the state of Germany at the time, and ask themselves, not And people need to educate themselves about these issues and do something about them. Because Aboriginal people are a very important part of the ecology, the environment, the spirituality of this place. Without us being in touch with this country, and being its caretaker, and being its custodian, I think it's only peril ahead. It's been that way for Aboriginal people. We suffered from colonialism, capitalism. They've robbed us from everything that we had. Taken everything. Children, wages, lives, land, all stolen. So we call it the stolen wealth of Australia. What we're saying should happen should be a treaty. Internationally scrutinised treaty process. Before that, we need to have an end of hostilities and a recognition of this declared, undeclared war, this secret invasion. And that would do a hell of a lot for Aboriginal people's psychology in this country. We don't need much more than that. We only need the jackboots to come off our necks to be able to survive in this country. We need to have a treaty, internationally scrutinised. A treaty unites people, it heals the past, creates a legal foundation for the future. It ends the war. It ends the war. It ends the war. Creates a proper foundation for this country to grow up. Treaty ties is the way forward. It civilises. It justifies the occupation. It settles the score. It gets rid of naive title and that waste of money. That perversion of the course of justice for Aboriginal people. For the first time in history, the courts are making laws and retrospectively placing it to underpin their own and justify their own occupation. White man needs native title more than black folk. We don't need native title. This is our land. It should be up to the non-Aboriginal people to prove their title here and prove their connection to this country, not the other way around. This is a perversion of the course of justice. We need a proper legal process. We need a United Nations peacekeeping force here. If you have a look at the stats on Aboriginal people, you'd think there was a war going on here. And we do need these people. We need someone else other than this local jurisdiction and hope that we're going to get justice out of it. We're not. We need to take this to the international community and put it on the record over there. Whether we win or we draw, we need to put Australia's racist, genocidal history on the record. On the record. On the record. This treaty is 240 years late. On the record. And it's payback time. Pay black time. Back pay time. 240 years back rent. Compounded interest. Damages. War Crimes Commission. Compounded interest. On all those things. Treaty is in the interest of all the people in this country. For our children. We want an end to this war. We want peace. I think the time's come for a treaty. There's been a lot written about treaties. We need to go back to Cook's instruction, get consent and negotiate. That's where we are in law in this country. Terra Nullius is a lie. That hasn't been resolved properly yet. This whole issue is no native title. We need to get rid of it. We need to move forward, and the only way we can do that, I believe, is through a treaty.
special. I mean, they have here over 800 tribes and over 800 different languages. And when you come to this country, you get to see into the culture. Now, every single tribe has their own customs, their own dances, and their own rituals. And this is what you experience. This is what you feel. We're asking the spirits permission for us to
Several things. You know, the culture is so alive, and it's such an ancient culture, you know, dating back to the early migrations tens of thousands of years ago. Not a lot's changed. And you can come into first-person contact with people who remember what it was like before white men arrived. You know, you can go to a village in the Sepik, talk to an old man who can remember the first time he saw a white man. I mean, where else can you do that in the world? And then you've got second, third generation children who still rarely see outsiders because they live in such a remote place.
We were taken into the village by Jimmy and Lucy. How amazing is it to be able to see behind the scenes into the culture of Papua New Guinea? I mean, there's so much expression in this land. The people tell their stories through dance, they tell their stories through music, and they celebrate all sorts of things through these kind of rituals. So this is really cool because these guys are getting ready for the celebration. They're getting the dragon ready. The mask being prepared is easiest to understand if we call it a dragon or a serpent. But this is only a translation. Down at the riverbanks, the women were getting ready for the welcoming ceremony. See, I've got to be traditional. I can't, you know, come in shorts when all these beautiful ladies are dressed so stunningly in their traditional dress. This is a great way to be greeted by these remote villages for the Orion's guests. Coming to Papua New Guinea is like being given access to the ancient culture. Not only is the land geographically stunning, but the connection of these people to their environment is just amazing. The ritual of the dragon is to lead guests into the village and connect with the spirits for our visit. As a traveller, this allows you to see and experience things you never would at home. There's a beautiful purity about how the more remote these people live, as these are societies that aren't structured around money, but rather the relationship you have with others is what really counts. Leaving Wattam, our journey took us further south to Madang, and at each new village we were extended warm welcomes that were truly remarkable. As with many places, it's the kids that really touch your heart and bring you into their world.
There's an artist by the name of Matthias Kawagi who really put this particular PNG style, this contemporary art, on the map. Now, Matthias has passed away, but the style's carried on by his wife and his son is Winston, who's right here in Madang today.
Nice to meet you, Winston. So is this your work now?
This is my work.
So you take on after your dad? Yeah. Good, I like this, lots of colour. So you've taken it sort of from the black and white to full-on vibrance of colours.
It is one of the most remote parts of the world, the Solomon Islands. 500,000 people live here, scattered across almost 1,000 of these islands. Wilson Gina, a team leader for the government's rural development program, takes us on one of his inspection visits to a local clinic. It is a welcome visit because the local women are pushing for better medical care. And any arrival of a boat can mean new medical supplies, such as vaccines, which cannot be stored here because there's no refrigerator on the island. For those living here, healthcare is extremely basic. Simple medical problems can quickly become life-threatening because rough waters and the cost of transportation make travel often impossible. The local clinic is in bad shape, and the only medical professional is a male nurse assistant.